Hello. Ooh. This thing is loud. Oh my god. Ooh, I'm excited. Okay, wait. Read only. Alright. Everything seems fine. Alright. Wait, can you guys hear me? I gotta check that. It seems like you can. Okay. New game. This is a demo of the Touchstarved prologue and not the finished product. Thank you. Alright. Touchstarved is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes, but is not limited to, horror, graphic violence, strong language, drug and alcohol references, injury, and dismemberment. Player discretion is advised. So, if you're not good with that, you probably shouldn't be here. Also, one of the things they did mention was unwanted advances. So that's another thing to look out for, I suppose. If you accept the embargo terms and content warning, please click to proceed. In Touchstarved, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue interactions, or even choices in red text, which contain exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choosing different options. You might even uncover a secret ending. And remember, there are no wrong choices, only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. I will do that! But alright. Oh, my name. I guess we'll go with this. My pronouns. I'm she, her. This world began to unravel long before you were born. This looks like one of the same thing that Doki Doki Literature Club was coded with, but this is interesting. It began with fogfall. Spectral mist bled from the seams where reality were so thin it split. And from that fog and from that fog emerged monsters, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed language and intellect, others were mindless beasts, driven by little more than the desire to slaughter. Okay. I know this game is for like monster fuckers, but this will be fun. As cities fell and unrest spread, humans united in their fear while monsters thrived in the chaos. And then there's you. You're not even sure if you're human. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of anyone you touch. Choose your backstory. Ooh, okay. This is going to be... Okay, the Unnamed, a fallen oracle. You were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priests claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but a visiting mage revealed your curse for what it is. Following the mage's word, you fled in search of the cenobium. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions that rattle your body and soul. An innate sixth sense gives you a heightened awareness of hidden supernatural presences around you. This seems like it'll be interesting. You were raised by society's outcasts, criminals who accepted you when nobody else would. Your partner in crime, a friend since childhood, helped you steal enough money for cure, then betrayed you. They left you with only enough coin to travel the cenobium, your last hope. You have sharply honed social intuition. You can survive and even thrive in the violent underbelly of any city, using your experience with the underworld to get ahead. So that was the Hound, a forsaken thief, and the Alchemist, an abandoned mage. An exiled cenobium mage took you in as a child, raising you as her apprentice. She seemed to take pity on your curse, but you discovered that she was cultivating you as a test subject. You fled to the cenobium seeking a cure. You are an experienced spellcaster with encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. I feel like this one. I feel like this one fits me the most. I'll take this one. Sure. I am an alchemist. Your name is Syringa. You selected she/her pronouns. Your backstory is the alchemist. Is this correct? Yes. This is fun. The wasteland stretches far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death, the ever-present stench of decay, and the countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I could say death doesn't scare me, but to tell the truth, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. As rations grew sparse and my canteen ran dry, I began to despair, but then I saw it. Eridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last bastions of humanity left in the world, and home to the famous academy called the Cenobium. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for my curse, it's there. All that stands between me and a cure is a final stretch of salt-soaked wastes. Or so I think, until I see the tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. Is this fog? My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm, more devastating than fire, dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. Ooh, we might die. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, smothering out the lantern's light. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist, falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. Then, the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard. The air punched from my lungs. When I opened my eyes, adrenaline lends sudden, awful clarity to the carnage around me. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strings of torn muscle, gleaming gristle, and exposed bone. Bodies litter the wasteland. What is that? Oh my god. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain so blinding, white blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes adjust do I see the dark shape in front of me. Okay. A soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravaner. I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. The soulless lets out an ear-splitting shriek and runs at me. But right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. Distantly, a horse screams in the dark. I need to move, now. I am not going to the Anglo for the city. I take off, running deeper into the haze. The fog is so thick that I fear I'm headed in the wrong direction until I see a dim pinprick of light emanating from the shadow of a spire. It's faint, but it's enough. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source. But the fogfall twists and stretches sound. Suddenly, the caravan driver bursts forth from the fog. Our eyes meet too late. He slams into me, knocking me to the ground, and slips in a patch of mud. The soulless falls on him as soon as he slows. It catches the driver by its throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. He comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera in a steaming tide. I get the whole gore thing now. Oh god. Okay. Fighting the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit. My hand catches the jagged edge of a rib jutting up from the water. Bandages unfurl around the gouge torn deep into my palm. The pain's quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Can you stand? This guy! One of the travelers from the caravan leans over me. We need to run! They reach for my hand, and I realize too late that my bandages have come undone. No! Don't touch me! The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch, and in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Their lips peel back into a deranged grin. Ha! No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse, madness of my own making. Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go. Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Die! Die, 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 die! Spit bubbles at the corners of their mouth and flecks my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs scream for air. I don't think I can scream right now. My nails gouge deep into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. The more I struggle, the tighter their grip hold. The tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm going to die, and not because of the fogfall or the soulless, but because of my own curse. Tears sting my eyes. No, 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 not here, not like this. Not like this. The hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears and the traveler's face takes shape, hovering inches from mine. Lips still split from that macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. They give one last shuddering breath, then slump over, the claws hooked through their stomach. The soulless just saved me. The soulless shoves the body aside, and the glowing eyes studying its leathery skin thin, as though grinning. Ow, I just got stabbed. There's a flash of claws. Red spills across my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of slit filling my mouth and the icy embrace of the shallow water. Distantly, I notice an arm resting among an outcrop of reeds, mine neatly severed at the elbow. It should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I'll die cold, alone, and face down in a desolate wasteland. A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. That is not it. I just got slayed. I think I just died. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone, as is the choking stench of bog water. I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanished. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror, nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. But the next moment I take a reflexive breath. Air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. Feeling comes flooding back. Warm cloth on my bare skin. A firm surface beneath me. A strange tang of sulfur in the air. Do not be afraid. God. Okay. Hi! It's the first guy! Oh my god. I twist my head toward the voice. Tears flood my blurry vision at the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm. No! I'm alive! Shut up! The voice is calm, steady, and commanding. But more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. Stay away from me! My words come out in little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No. Okay. No. Who the hell is this? Listen. I just got stabbed. I'm lying back down. I let myself slump back against the thin pillow, wincing when the motion jolts my head. Ah, a cooperative patient. Thank you. Okay. The words swim in one ear and out the other without much comprehension. I pull the sheet up higher, wiping my eyes until my vision clears. Hello! The stranger towers over my prone form. Warm light reflects off his pristine medical coat. He's hot! This is the first guy. Whatever. His outfit, though. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this man. Oh my god. Okay. I instinctively shrink back. And that's when I notice that I'm completely naked, except for a thin linen sheet. I'm pretty sure there's only one dateable option. Naked, lying on a low cot, with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move. The man's gaze flickers to my exposed, unbandaged hands. I plunge my hands under the sheet to hide them from sight, though it's too late. He must have noticed what they look like. I'm not gonna kill him! No! Whatever. Strange, cursed, inhuman. I braced myself for his inevitable suspicion and disgust, but his expression doesn't even flicker from that courteous smile. I don't even think murder is an option here. No. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You are safe here. This guy and his freaking angel quotes. Be not afraid. This is an angel. Look at his white outfit and everything. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere with anyone. Okay. Even my own mentor, my teacher, who I thought was nothing but even my own mentor, my teacher, thought I was nothing but a convenient specimen to be used and discarded. What do you mean what does that mean? Okay. I scowled, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hand. I see you are not to be dissuaded. Listen, you can't just let me wake up naked and at your mercy. Do not do that, please. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. Thanks. Ooh, this place is nice. Ooh, look at that paint. With a soft creak, he stands from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. I seem to be in some sort of medical clinic. Bottles of silvery alchemical concoctions line the counters in neat rows. Yeah, this stuff? These things. That's cool. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke and something distinctly metallic that I can't quite place. That's probably blood. Blood smells like metal because of the iron. But I wonder if this is familiar in some sense because I'm supposed to be an alchemist. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. He's a tall boy. His eyes, oh my god. He's so... No! It is my blood. I almost died. I mean, he's already seen me naked. Just thanks, dude. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, or what he wants from me, with me. Also, he gave me clothes. Thanks. Thank you. Yes. You are welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through a narrow door. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. Did he lock me in? I count to 3 in the sudden silence. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbow stops me short. I reach down absently to rub at it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neat line of stitches. Ooh, that is my arm. That is my arm that the soulless just amputated. Yeah, I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off. And yet, my arm shows no sign of injury, apart from the black stitches poking through my skin. I reflexively flex my fingers. The feeling my heart... I gingerly flex my fingers. I cannot read. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. This is impossible. I should be dead, or at the very least, gasping out my last breaths. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake up bleeding out in the swamp. But nothing happens. The seconds tick by, and my arm remains resolutely healed, my surroundings pristine and quiet. In numb disbelief, I reach for the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, with a black woolen cloak to go with them. No, that guy is not. But there's one thing still missing, my bandages. I'm probably gonna get some gloves, dude. The golden-eyed man didn't leave me with any, even though I know he saw my hands. He probably doesn't know about the curse. Actually, he probably touched my hands, because he sewed them back too. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps toward one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be bandages somewhere. Am I just gonna start stealing from this guy? I start opening drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open once more. Are you looking for something? I whirl around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try to step back from him, but my legs bump up against the edge of the cot. Your caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. People are different. I need my bandages or I'm accidentally or somebody's gonna try to kill me, actually. That doesn't make me feel better in the slightest. But he makes no move toward me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my arms. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I clench my jaw. I knew it would only be a matter of time before he asked about my hands, though the way he does it is strangely roundabout. I think he knows that it's a sensitive topic. Say nothing, glare at him, decline to answer. Why can't I just tell him? I am cursed. I might kill somebody. Please help me. I'm gonna say, so this is, I can't tell you, this is keep quiet, this is just be mad. I think I'm gonna say nothing. There's no answer I could give without raising unwelcome suspicion, so I just shake my head and finish tying the bandages in silence. I wish that was an option. No, I don't even know this guy. I don't love him yet. No. There are other guys! I can only help you. I can only help if you tell me what ails you. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? I mean, I came here for a cure, and this guy's a doctor, so I should just take my chances. Honestly, MC, what are you doing? No, best to keep my curse to myself for now, and learn more about him first. I mean, this girl's probably got trauma about talking about it, so I guess it's understandable. Who are you? You may call me Chorus. And where exactly am I? Iridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Iridia, so I made it to the City of Knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor. Oh, it's laggy. I mean, it might be me. Is it like the audio? Is the audio okay, actually? Because you're... I mean, I'm gonna read everything, so it should be fine. But, like, is the audio itself okay? Like, is the music too loud? Okay. So no need to change anything. Audio is okay. Okay. I mean, it's like a visual novel. There probably won't be anything too how to say, too high quality. So like it should be fine. But if you wanna just listen, I'm gonna read pretty much everything. Oh, I see. Well, I can't help you there. But yeah. Okay. I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor from the caravan, barely clinging to life. You needed immediate treatment. Which you provided? Yes. He looks so proud of himself. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frown and flex my fingers on my recently healed. I frown and flex the fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine. Thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Pardon? A soulless attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. But when I woke up here, I spent my entire life learning from a Cenobian mage, so I know of no alchemy or magic that could reattach a severed limb. I don't know why this girl's so hostile. I mean, she was sort of betrayed as a child, but you know, like, come on. Even if he could somehow heal me by magic, I could detect traces of it. But I sense nothing out of the ordinary at all. The doctor, Kuras, pinches the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair, quiet for a long time. I do not know where you come from, but Iridia is the city of knowledge and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and it is most unwise to give or receive it freely. So he's telling me that he can't tell me. Okay. Since you have refused to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. You are new to Iridia, so I will overlook this specific breach of etiquette. However, you should not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Oh, the music's loud. Okay. Is that better? I mean, I think the music's at a soft part right now. Is it okay now? It's still loud. Okay, wait. I'm going into settings. I can't actually tell because it'll like stop when I move to the settings. Okay, whatever. I'll continue first. Do you understand? Yes. How's the music now? Oh, that is not good. Is it still loud? It's okay now. Alright. Continuing. Do you understand? I'm trying to give this guy a voice. Do you understand? He looks pointedly at my freshly bandaged hands. Loath though I am to admit, he has a point. I'm also a complete stranger to him, and if he's telling the truth, he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time, when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't think I can pull off a high-pitched voice anyway. So no. Syringa. My name is Syringa. It is a pleasure to meet you, Syringa. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Thank you for saving me, and why did you save me? Thanks. Thank you for saving my life. I chant a smile in return. Even if he won't explain how he did the impossible, there's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Kurus. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. But I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't know me. She still asks! The question seems to startle Kurus, because I am a doctor. It's my job. I could hardly leave you to die in the wastes. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I was right. I've never met a doctor who handed out free clothes. You might need to live in a better part of town, MC. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicately embroidered pattern around the hem. I try not to think about what kind of price Kurus might ask for such well-made clothes. Oh yeah, how am I gonna pay for this? No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across so fascinating a patient. I blink. What did he just say? I simply meant that few would cling to life so resolutely, or brave such a perilous journey to Iridia. I could not help being curious about you, Syringa. I mean, yeah, he's probably gonna give me free healthcare, because, unless this goes somewhere else, like, hey, you gotta work for me now, which might happen, because alchemist backstory, but he should give me free healthcare. I didn't ask for this. I can't pay for this. Hello? His voice dips into a soft murmur, and he abruptly looks away from me. You're pretty curious yourself. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah, dude, you're a pretty fascinating person. It's like, my guy, you have not met enough people, I think. You're pretty curious yourself. I'm wondering if she means this like, oh, you're also asking a lot of questions, or hey, you're also pretty weird. I don't know which one she means, but I do know what to say to that, so. Oh my god. He cannot. He can't do that to me. No! He can't do that to me. You're pretty curious yourself. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. He looks so pleased. I wiggle my intact fingers at him. Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. Oh, okay. I don't have money. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and it would be unethical to leave you destitute in a strange place. He's got morals! Let's go! I can't put. Yes, thanks. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, this is a dating game. They can't just first guy. Hey, you gotta pay me a lot of money. I mean, yeah. They can't do that to me. No, or I'll just quit. I fall silent, unsure what to say to that. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? MC trust issues! Okay. Why did the screen shake from a knock on the door? Okay. A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation cold and spares me from having to say anything less. Bet there's gonna be a demon. Oh, you don't even know. I think there is one actually. I'm pretty sure this game is like for the monster fuckers. Like I think none of these guys are supposed to be human. I don't think this guy is human either. Date him, the demon. We'll see who's hotter. Okay. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Chorus lets out a tired sigh. Please wait your turn. Though he says it quietly, the clamor on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, Syringa? Oh. Between the soulless attack and my miraculous survival, I'd almost forgotten why I came to Iridia in the first place. I need directions to the cenobium. The cenobium? Oh, he doesn't like that. The look on his face is downright killing. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you will find it there. The cenobium's gates open for precious few visitors. Even if they did, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing? Risked life and limb, literally, for nothing? I bet there will. I've already seen a guy that I think looks pretty okay. So, I mean, it's just a demo. It's just a demo. We'll find out. No, that can't be. I've only just arrived, and Iridia's the largest city is still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then, if not the cenobium, where would you suggest? He doesn't even know what you want. Do you know anyone else in Iridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the wet wick and ask for Leander. Leander's the guy that I saw on the promotion for this. Excuse me? The wet what? The wet wick. Did he say like candles or something else? He sounds deeply unamused. Oh. Follow the postings advertising Leander's bloodhound. They are difficult to miss. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Kuras points toward the clinic's back door. You will be safe so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet for the worst sort of attention. If you require my assistance, you may return whenever you wish. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I slip out the back door. I I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull the cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of chamber pots that have been emptied into the street. Chamber pots? Isn't that like people pour like poop and stuff onto the road or something? Something weighs heavily inside one of the cloak's pockets. My coin purse. He gave me money? Everything is still inside. Every last coin that I'd scraped together for the journey to Iridia. It doesn't even look like it was opened. There were so few coins to begin with. They probably weren't worth stealing. He told you it was free? I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Kurus didn't take any payment. He didn't even ask for a future favor. But he also said that in Iridia, secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? That's not exactly a comforting thought. Still, no matter why he did it, Kurus gave me a second chance and a lead on where I might find help. I'd better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and into the crowded main street. The line outside Kurus's clinic stretches down the road already. Two thin peddlers queue alongside weathered elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Iridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in narrow streets. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over to me. My stomach gives a faint gurgle. This morning's catch! Fried up, hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today! That sounds disgusting, but I'm starving, so I duck my head under the stall's scrubby awning. A large fish leers up at me, its three bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed smile. Why didn't he just take the eyes out? Do you not know how to clean a fish? What's the cheapest thing you've got? The vendor points at a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh long, lads. 3 copper a price. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coins out, counting them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. This part looks better. 2 streets later, I pass under a wrought iron archway adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The buildings in this quarter are a dizzying riot of color, painted walls and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. This must be Iridia's entertainment district. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the word Bloodhounds printed above his head. A motto, as above, so below, circles the artwork. What does that even mean? as above, so below. If Leander is the leader of the Bloodhounds, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. I follow the line of identical posters around the corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, "The Wet Wick." The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. Oh, it's a bar! The inside of the bar is a far cry from the abandoned exterior. It's not even midday, yet most of the tables and booths are occupied by a loose assembly of people in matching green cloaks. I'm no stranger to bars. Sometimes I would take my books to the local tavern for a change of scenery, but I much prefer quieter places. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring. I'm about to head towards the counter when a chant rises from the center of the room. Show! 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 The remaining green cloaks abandon the bar and their booths. To rush toward the center of the room in a sudden torrent. There's no time to move out of the way. I'm caught, swept along in the ale-stenched current. Hey! Rhythmic chanting drowns out my voice. I thrash, throwing out my elbows as the press of bodies grows heavier. My hip knocks into a table. I grip it, holding on tight to steady myself. But the crowd has stilled. The chanting stopped. I think he's about to appear. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. Is he walking on the table? Seriously, you dogs? Again? Scattered laughter and cheers rise from the audience. I drag my eyes upwards. Okay. A well-dressed man stands on the table in front of me, his broad shoulders framed by the thick lapels of a trench coat. His eyes. Oh, and the flowers. This really is the last time, all right? This time, when he speaks, the audience falls silent, as though bewitched by his magnetic presence or rich, low voice. Okay, it's a low voice. How am I supposed to do this? Okay. Okay, but nothing is as captivating as his smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. Don't blink, or you'll miss it. He laughs, and the dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches the light in a flash of gold. It would seem I found Leander. Left earring. Gay boy. He raises his hand above the audience and snaps. A flash of pale green light. Real magic, no ordinary stage trick, blinds me. Okay. As the brilliance ebbs, my gaze refocuses on the mage towering above me. Look at. Oh my god! I'm gonna go get some water real quick. My throat is dry. Hello. I am back. I mean, okay, listen. This guy. Oh, okay, bye. This guy. He's got man boobs. Oh my god. I am going to be thirsty in the metaphorical and literal sense. So I might as well quench my thirst in the literal sense first. Alright. He flicks his wrist, and the magic spiraling around him coalesces. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pinched fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals spring forth. With a flourish, the mage presents the conjured flowers. The audience bursts into clapping and cheers. My mouth hangs open, and not just on account of the impressive performance. There was no incantation, no spell circle. I've never seen something so beautiful and intricate conjured so effortlessly. Leander must be an incredibly gifted mage. No wonder Kuras recommended him. Leander plucks the iridescent bouquet out of the air and turns in a slow circle, giving his audience a good look. Oh my god, is he gonna give me flowers? Now, who could use some good luck? Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table. Some reach for the lilies, while others whistle and call Leander's name. But his cool green eyes slide right over them, locking on me instead. How about you? Okay. Listen, this guy. My chest tightens. Every person gathered turns to stare at me. I'm taking those goddamn flowers. Straight up. I reach out, all too aware of the way my fingers tremble as I carefully take the flowers from him. Bye. Yeah. When you're free, come back, huh? We don't have to. But yeah, bye. There's no weight to them. Only a faint warmth that radiates from the stems. As soon as the flowers leave Leander's hand, their light dims. They fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. That's the problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? He grins at me, and I find myself smiling back. Okay! Oh my god. Okay. Calm down. There are like 4 other guys, I think. Leander steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with an audible clink. All right, bloodhounds. Get back to your drinks. Show's over. The green cloaks disperse at his command, returning to their tables and booths. I'd expect the bloodhounds to have red cloaks, but I guess I'm just wrong. Okay. Before I can make my way towards Leander, his eyes find me. He gives me a friendly wave, then beckons me over to the crowded counter. I manage to squeeze beside him, but there's so little room that his broad shoulder presses against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Okay. Is this your first time in Iridia? He says it lightly, with a gentle air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a phrase as lovely as yours around Lowtown. Okay, okay, this guy, oh my god. My eyes flicker to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What can I get for you? Surprise me, and add anything my friend wants to the tab. I wasn't expecting the generosity, but I have to admit, I do feel a little thirsty after all that fried dough. Yeah, I'll have water. I'll have what I've surprised me. Actually, surprise me will probably be like a drink made specifically like to your tastes. At least that's what I think. So, sure. I'm feeling adventurous. I'll have what he's having. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Leander leans his elbows on the counter. I'm close enough to the purple shadows. I'm close enough to notice the purple shadows under his lower lids. What's that mean? His eyes wander over me in return, but when they lock on my bandaged hands, a sour taste rises in my throat. Here comes the questions. So, what brings you to the wick? Kurus sent me. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, but it immediately falls right back into place. He doesn't like that. So, it's about work. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses filled with what I can only assume is beer. I raise my glass and give it an experimental sniff. It smells faintly yeasty, with an undercurrent I can't quite place. Alcohol. A quick sip confirms my worst suspicion. It's awful. Somehow briny and sour in a way that reminds me of pickles. But any thought of complaining dies the moment I look up and see Leander taking a deep swig from his glass. He lets out a satisfied breath. How can I be of assistance? I need to get to the cenobium. As soon as the word cenobium leaves my mouth, the entire bar falls silent. Bloodhounds twist around in their seats to gawk openly. Finally, an especially drunk one speaks up. The hell are you, bringing up the cenobium in here? Throw him out! This is bloodhound territory. The vitriol catches me off guard. From the angry looks thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some unspoken rule just by mentioning the cenobium. When I glance at Leander, he's drinking, as though he hasn't noticed the uproar. Only when he catches me looking does he lower his glass. For the love of... He drags a hand down his face. Hey, keep it down, will you? This is business. I tend, expecting an argument, but the outspoken bloodhounds silently return to their drink. Only a handful continue to watch me warily. Sorry about them. The cenobium's a bit of a touchy subject in these parts. Mix in enough drinks and, well, you saw. How about we continue this outside? When I give him a terse nod, he pushes away from the bar counter. I follow Leander to an alleyway tucked behind the wet wick, where layers of frayed bloodhounds posters have been plastered to the walls. Oh, this is a straight shot. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his likeness on the posters is impressive. I mean, they probably should be, but okay. Curse didn't send you here for help with the cenobium, did he? From the look he gives me, he already knows the answer. I glance away. No, he didn't. He suggested I find an alternative. Yet here you are, asking about them anyway. What do you need the cenobium for? I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Well, I see you're already aware of the city's currency. Information's worth its weight in gold here. Curus told you the truth. The cenobium's dangerous. Get on their bad side and they'll imprison you if you're lucky, or torture you if you're not. Torture? My teacher never described anything like that. But the cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary. The cenobium has always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge, a shining beacon of hope in a world steeped in nightmares. If any place held answers, it would be the cenobium. That's why I came here. That's what they want you to think. But things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, and yet it leaves me reeling. If it's true, if I staked everything on a lie, then what now? Leander clears his throat. But as I always say, there's solutions to every problem, and alternatives to every solution. He claps his hands and turns to me in a brilliant smile. That's why Curus pointed you to the bloodhounds. Let us help you. Whether it's hunting the soulless, finding people, or recovering stolen valuables, we can do it all, and free of charge. Really? I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his practice speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. Listen, I appreciate the offer, but my problem can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leander nods slowly. Then your problem must be fairly serious, and the cenobium's your first choice. You're searching for a magical solution, aren't you? When my eyes widen, he nods along, as though he suspected all along. I'd be happy to help you out. That is, if you'll tell me what ails you. Leander might not work for the cenobium, but if his show was any indication, then he's even stronger than the mage who raised me. She couldn't do anything about my curse, but maybe. I'm silent, plagued by indecision. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this could be my only path forward. My confession comes out in a pained whisper. You're gonna tell him, really? I'm cursed. Okay. Cursed? Oh, now I'm very curious. What kind of curse? Something ancestral or more recent? He looks me up and down, taking in my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. It's your hands, isn't it? I wait until I'm certain my voice will remain steady before answering. My touch is dangerous. It changes people, hurts them. Before I've even finished, Leander begins taking his glove off. He tugs his right hand free and flexes his fingers. Let's see it! My guy, you know... He offers me his hand, and a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm. An enchantment for protection, but I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Leander is. I can't bring myself to hurt him, to see his kind face twist into a mask of madness. Believe me, this isn't an ordinary curse. I'll be fine. Perhaps where you came from, your affliction was strange and one of a kind. But spend a year in this city, and you'll see thousands of curses and thrice as many cures. Do you really think Curious would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. I am as good as any mage in the Cenobium. Better, even. If they can help, so can I. He's confident. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. Okay! I look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Then, with a short breath, I begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. Fine, but if you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. What? Okay. You can tie me up first if it makes you feel better. Why is he blushing? Why is he blushing? No! Okay. With each joint I expose, I grow more and more certain that this is a terrible idea. Ready when you are. If he's bothered by the way my hand looks, he doesn't show it. My fingers grow shakily over his palm. Oh my god! Miracle hand holding. 3, 2, 1. Okay, whatever. I tap his palm once, as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it ever takes. When I look at his face, expecting the worst, Leander only grins. See? It can't be. This time, when I reach out to touch Leander's palm again, he catches my wrist before I can pull away. I told you, there's really nothing to worry about. Okay. He trails off and my thumb brushes the soft skin of his inner wrist. Okay! I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Okay. Color rises in his cheek, but he remains still, except for the subtle bobbing of his throat. This is just the demo. Okay? Listen. Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of Leander's palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't prepared for. I've been with other people, kissed them, and been embraced by them, and more, but not like this. I thought you couldn't touch anyone, but okay. My fingers, long deprived by years of bandaging, pick up every single detail. The grooves of his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, and the pulse of his heart. Okay, I guess it's like, it wasn't like skin to skin contact with the hand specifically. But oh my god, okay. Okay. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand, not without dire consequences. I never realized what I was missing until this moment. While Leander's pulse is steady, mine is hammering as fear gives way to excitement. Okay, Okay, listen. No. Enough. We cannot do this. No. But like, oh my god. I mean, he seems to like it. Wait, I gotta save. Let him go. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. I can't believe that worked. That was so cute! Oh my god! What the shit? Oh my god! May I ask your name? He doesn't even know my name yet! I'm Syringa. You were right to hide this from me. Syringa. That curse of yours, it's unlike anything I've ever dealt with. So you can still feel it? I can tell you're discreet, but you'd best not go showing that off to anyone else. I didn't plan on it. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I hadn't yet considered. I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. Is he gonna give me a place to live? The Wet Wick is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of the bloodhounds have dispersed, or, in a few cases, fallen asleep beside their drink. Got any rooms left? Or did my lot grab them all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. This guy's a fuckboy. Okay. You know I always keep the corner room open for your escapades. Leander's laugh sounds slightly strained. And I always appreciate it, but you're mistaken. This is just for my friend Syringa. Sure. Stay as long as you like. You two have fun. Okay. Escapades, huh? Leander clears his throat, then holds the key out to me. But I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? Nothing. Bloodhound rates. My treat, since you shared your secret. Food, drink, and a warm bed. Anything you need. Oh my god. Information's worth a lot here, huh? Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small, but weighs heavily in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone free meals. Thank you. Oh my god. Go explore, Syringa. You'll find many roads in Iridia, each leading to different answers. But if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. Just be careful. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Leander gives me one last friendly wave before I depart. The air clings, sodden and heavy. Without the morning crowd, the sunless streets look barren and bleak. I'm gonna save here, actually. Even the peddlers are long gone. Only a pair of crows remain quibbling over stale crusts in the gutter. I feel a ridiculous pang of envy. At least they've got reason to fight. I've never felt so lost. Curus and Leander both made it clear that the cenobium can't be trusted. But I came so far, endured so much. I need to see the cenobium for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. I should have asked someone at the bar for directions before leaving. What just happened? I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. A cloud, I think, until a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. The shadow runs down the street in rivulets. Formless black spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch. A muzzle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I can feel it. I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped, as though the slightest movement or single breath will snap the jaws around me shut. No, I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to see what got me first. I steel myself, then turn. The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came. I'm left standing in the middle of the street, alone except for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. What was that? Oh, hi! Fox? Oh my god! A monster. That much is clear from a glance. One that could nearly be mistaken for a human were it not for the tufted ears and the tail curled around his ankle. It's a fox! Hi! Or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fall on me. Our eyes meet, and the monster uncrosses his long legs. What's up with this chain thing? Like, can he look up and down properly? What is up with this? Whatever. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood where it curls around his collared throat. Okay, it's a red fox. Jumpy, aren't you? His tone is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable little smile. Didn't you see that shadow just now? It was massive. Moved like a beast. Even as I speak, I'm aware of how ridiculous I sound. But the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beasts I've seen are the Wick's drooling regulars, though this did catch my eye. He stole my key! He's a thief! Oh my god. Or like, oh my god, okay. What is up with that? With a flourish of his hand, my in-room key appears dangling from his finger. It turns on its chain, glittering when it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak's pockets, and, sure enough, I find them flat. He crooks his finger, beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming. I'm still on the edge. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edge of my vision. I always attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. Okay. Where did you find it? How'd you even find it? The key, I mean. What can I say? I'm a sucker for shiny things. He smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. I saw you drop it. You should be more careful. See, like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I can't figure out how he picked my pockets under my nose, but I'm certain he took my key and I need it back. I approach the man, careful to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. Yeah, look at him! Okay. The stranger's chain clings softly with the tilt of his head. His ears flick. Oh my god. Keeping your distance? I'd be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but not that good. Do you really think I look like a common thief? Do I really look like a common thief to you? I mean, I don't know what common thieves look like here. He's got me there. The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent traveling here. I haven't seen his shoes, but okay. Oh, okay. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. Okay! I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Luckily for you, I don't charge. Okay! Okay! Okay. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. What? Okay. Oh, I can scroll like that? Okay. That's not what I meant. I'm flattered, really. Were sex my trade, I'd make an exception for you. Okay. I can't believe I'm gonna read this out loud. How about half off for a handy... Or you could just hand over my key. Ask nicely, and I might even let you tug my tail. Just throw it here. So some spindly little street urchin can snatch it and run. The way they freaking his ears! Oh my god! Okay. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming in the wick with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. But you're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with derision. I have no idea what that means, actually. Derision? What does that mean? Oh, okay. Contemptuous ridicule or mockery. Okay. I'm not telling you anything. What could have... What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He listlessly watches the arc of my key swinging around his finger. The weather's shit, the food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe. Unless... He's facing straight towards me now, okay. Dagger-sharp eyes flick towards me. They gleam with amusement. Unless you're just dying to consort with monsters. By now, my embarrassment has worn away, leaving shimmering, simmering impatience in its place. If this is a shakedown, it's the most frustrating one I've ever heard of. Why is this highlighted already? Can I flirt back? Oh my god, wait. Can I actually do that? I don't know. I'm playing this game. I'm playing this game for like one reason. How do you know that I spent all my money, starved, and nearly died in a swamp just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I saw? That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told subtlety's not my strength. So, your place or mine? I'd invite you over if I would that work? I'll listen, I don't know you. I'll flirt, but like, I don't know you. I'm not. I'll pass. Tempting, but no. Yet he still smiles, undeterred. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me that this one's more dangerous than he lets on. Even if he has a lovely laugh. Okay? I can't hear that laugh, but MC, oh my god. You are just as much as him. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack or bite. I'm sure he'd bite, but you know, sure, okay. I gotta do this. What is this game, bro? What is this game? Oh my god. Okay. I won't bite hard unless you beg me. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendo. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as though we're having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in a high town tonight. Their lutist is utterly exquisite. Truly a performance to die for. There's life in this dreadful place. if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city well. The man's gaze flickers from me to the key dangling from his finger. Naturally, this dump was little more than a miserable little smear when I first arrived. High town, low town, I know Iridia like the back of my hand. What? Okay, what about the cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Why do you keep bringing that up? People don't like it. Okay, MC, oh my god. Surely you've seen it. That absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. You must mean that spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Iridia. The cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their... Okay. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their limp-dick tower couldn't even dream of. I've already got plans. Oh? Have you some pressing matters at the cenobium? Lunch date with librarian? Tea time with the most esteemed abbess? What's that? That's my business. What's it to you? I square my shoulders and the amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. The stranger, finally bored of his tedious game, extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. When he makes no other move, I reach for the key. But as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my elbow. Hey! Ooh, he's close. Oh my god, okay. He yanks me down and I stagger, my soles slipping on the steps. For a sick moment, I fear my bandages will unravel under his touch, but he's careful not to disturb them even as his fingers dig into my arm. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of death and the road. And that fucking doctor. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil as he pulls me closer. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, nose grazing my jaw. Let go! I try to twist away, but he doesn't budge. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. But just when I fear he'll bite, he takes a deep whiff instead. Okay! His wide, flat eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes up at me. Not quite human, not quite monster. Seems we're both... Veer! The stranger's ears flatten, and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm away, massaging it where his grip left grooves in the bandages. The stranger twists around to watch a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. Her cenobium uniform is nearly identical to the one my mentor kept tucked away in her closet. Ooh, okay. I leave you for all of what? 10 minutes, and you're making trouble again. Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger, Veer, I take it. Or Veer. It's not Veer. Veer of Million. No, it's not. It's Veer. Whatever. Veer, I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar. He grins at me and his tail swishes minutely. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth to correct him, but Veer cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger is drawn to you like a moth to flame. It will always find you, given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she's heard this recital 102 times. Word of advice? Don't take... He is a fox! Word of advice? Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook could sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a wilting look from Veer. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true. Now hold still. Veer rises gracefully at her approach. He pushes his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. What? Wait. And suddenly, it dawns on me that the jingling I heard earlier wasn't coming from the harness attached to his collar, but a leash. This guy's somebody's dog. A heavy iron chain wound around a hitching post and padlocked to the back of his collar. Veer posed deliberately to hide his leash from me. The woman produces a keyring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Wait. Come on. Unless your friend's tagging along on our merry little soulless hunt. They're hunting for solace inside the city? Words momentarily fail me. The woman regards me with a polite smile, if tight smile, before marching down the stairs. Veer lingers. He stretches his arms over his head with a yawn. I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Your little secret's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed, Veer hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. I cannot speak today. Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Loventian knot? That the one you take three fingers and... Actually, don't tell me. Knowing you, it's disgusting. What? Oh. Veer's airy laughter echoes down the street. It's only after he and the cleric have vanished from sight that I realize I'm still missing something. Did he take my key? Wait. Reflexively, I shove my hands into my pocket and find it. The room key. I pull it out of my pocket and raise it to the light just to be sure. A nagging feeling distracts from my relief. I don't know what Veer's game was or what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that the Cenobium saw fit to leash him, a fate I could share if that's what his vague warning meant. That's true, actually. So he's part of the Cenobium. Wait, yeah, oh my god. I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns gently swaying in the breeze, to the Cenobium faintly visible through the haze. Is it this thing? Just one glimpse is all I need. Then I can put this all behind me. This time, the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. It's easy enough to follow the sluggish river that splits Iridia in two. A colossal bridge arches over the dark water below. I cross as quickly as I can, climbing ever uphill toward the distant tower. Ooh, wow. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I was searching for. The cenobium of the luminous void. It stands at the highest point of Iridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, paying no attention to the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gates. I crane my neck up and up until the top of the cenobium tower disappears into the clouds overhead. The gates are so heavily enchanted that even standing near them sets my teeth on edge. Alchemically reinforced locks, invisible sigils of alarm, and who knows what else. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. It's this person! A shadowy figure crouches beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine as if testing its strength. Oi! You there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spotted it. A gaunt-faced man in a crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps toward me. Ugh, another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive word, and he turns on his heel without even waiting for an answer from me. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing, just the leaves blowing gently in the cool breeze. I step away from the gates, hopelessness washing over me. Hello. This is not good. A whisper, so close I can hear the warm brush of breath on my skin. I instinctively jerk away, but there's no one beside me. Halfway down the staircase, I spot a woman, swaying in the breeze. She's gaunt as a rail, her blouse moth-eaten. I'm unable to take my eyes off her, not because of the way she smiles a little too widely, or the way her tousled braids look unbrushed for days, but because her eyes shine a vibrant, unnatural crimson. I'm both entranced and unsettled by their subtle glow. These days, you'd need a miracle to get in there. I'm unsure how to respond, or if I even should. I'm not gonna respond sarcastically, so I'll just say nothing. After the experience I've just had, I'm not too keen on indulging strangers with small talk. Despite my silence, she maintains her unflinching stare and smile. Lucky for you, I have miracles for free. Whatever she's selling, I'm not interested. My words come out in a tired breath. No thanks. I start down the stairs, but she abruptly steps into my path. She turns her back to me, and before I can react, she slips her fingers under the lacing of her collar, stripping out of her blouse in broad daylight. What are you? As worn fabric unveils bare skin, my panic is smothered by cold horror. A misshapen, sunken scar carves into the woman's body. Pitted, gnarled skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? By the looks of it, the disease that afflicted this woman ate away at her spine, leaving her with a hollowed vertebrae at the back of her neck. I'm actually glad you're not showing me like a picture for this, because I don't think I'll be able to handle it. How is she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet the power to cure anything can be yours too. The power of the sea spring. The woman slides back into her blouse. Okay, wait, I gotta drink water. The woman slides back into her blouse and deftly laces it up. If I've caught your interest, then follow me. It's only a short walk away. Without another glance, she leisurely strolls down the cenobium stairs, loose braids bobbing behind her. The edge of her scar peeks out from under her collar. I stand there, wordless, until I manage to regain my bearings. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. This could be the stupidest decision in my life, but what choice do I have? I take a final look at the cenobium's shut gates, then follow her down the steps. That is not good, but okay. We descend from the higher streets, leaving behind their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict districts feel more familiar to me. But the crimson-eyed woman takes me farther, farther still, until I met with an all too familiar sight. The swamp. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. The city's outskirts are hardly recognizable in the daylight, and probably safer for it. But venturing beyond Iridio's walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. Keep going straight, and the sea spring will reveal itself to you. I bark out a bitter laugh, loud and involuntary. I'd rather not. This is a setup. I'd rather not. Are you kidding? It's not safe out there. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it. Truthfully, the territory before you is the safest of all. What do you mean, territory? I almost died here? Ice! Hey, isn't that one of the guys? Wait. This region belongs to Ice. Most people know him as a gang leader, but he's much more than that. I squint against the empty wastelands. Only a fool or someone with nothing to lose would leave the city. Apparently, I'm both. But if this sea spring cured her, I need to see what it can do for me. I set off into the wastes. Over my shoulder, the woman calls for me. Good luck, Syringa. I hope we meet again. I didn't tell her my name. But, okay. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. For what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward, one step, then another, until a realization hits me. I never told the woman my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me. A building, nestled into a tall cliffside, but so starkly out of place it might as well be a hallucination. It drips with extravagance and honeyed mahogany, an ornate jewel of architecture. A row of dark silhouettes stand out on the horizon. Trees, I think, until I'm close enough to realize that what I mistook for branches were spikes and jutting tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watch me in the distance like statues. I don't think. I just run, exploding into a messy sprint. I push my legs as fast as they'll take me toward that decorated building. Flashes of last night chase me. The gushes of blood and screams of death. The smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I can't go through that again. I won't. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through towering double doors. I just broke into somebody's house. I gasp for air, my lungs burning from exertion. I'm desperate to be safe, but when I process my surroundings, it's a shrine actually. It's more hellscape than sanctuary. Is that blood? Oh, that's blood. Okay, I thought it was just red water. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hand leaps to my mouth. But the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. Somebody actually does live here, I think. I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the sea spring, the place that grants miracles. Pulling my eyes away from the pool, I take in the rest of my environment. Tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seating pillows scatter the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. I don't know whether calling out is a great idea, so I'm gonna keep quiet. I approach the paper covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for the topmost, the closest one, the bottommost. The closest one. I reach for a note in front of me. It reads, "Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much. From Iris. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again." It's written in perfect cursive. I've never seen such beautiful handwriting. That's the thing you're focusing on? But before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty, vacant. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. That stillness hides something deeper, something wrong. Hey. I spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. What? They chitter and growl. Their tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly. All different sizes and species, but sharing one identical trait: glowing crimson eyes. Is that woman part soulless? I try to back away, but my heel teeters over the C-spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. That voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze, their snarls quieting. Oh, okay! Crotch shot immediately, but okay. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. That isn't even! You look lost, little sparrow. Hi! Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is probably ice. His gaze is a violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaves me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes I've seen over and over, first with the scarred woman, now with the soulless circling me, all bound by the C-string's blood red. In the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tentacles twist and coil around the wooden beams. Are those his? I can't focus. The soulless's growls ring in my ears. They're not advancing, but that could change at any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey! Eyes on me. Okay. My stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. Wow, okay. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? I'm distracted, or fuck you. Okay. Those are two different things. I'm distracted right now. I'm kind of distracted by the soulless about to maul me. That's his name now. Okay. Only on my command. I scan the soulless again. They really aren't attacking. Posturing more than anything else. You tame them? Power of the C-spring. They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? That is a sort of terrible reason, but okay. Trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives a non-committal shrug. Expecting mercy was your first mistake. My voice stops in my throat. This man's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I need help. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. Listen, okay. Oh, the music stopped. It did not. Okay. I need help. Okay, fine. I need help. I thought the C-spring could cure me somehow. My voice wavers pathetically. Honesty has never been my strong suit. He cants his head to the side, appraising me, but doesn't respond. I fidget nervously. I'm telling you I came here for help. Are you listening? Your hands. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp huff, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soulless are one command from ripping me to shreds. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body is frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well, the hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edge of the bandages. Stop. With a wary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. Wow, look at this guy. Oh my god. He's a monster, with an imposing figure that towers over me. I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big, illuminated by lantern light. His features are stronger, sharper. The subtle clinks of metal accompany each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What is that even? Okay. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? I stepped backwards. Oh, Lamau, okay. I find nothing to set my foot on. I had forgotten my back was to the C-spring. I fall, right before a warm hand catches my lower back. I'm hovering over the C-spring, the scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Okay. Okay. Blazing crimson eyes bore into mine. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. Like I weigh nothing, he guides me back to solid ground and steps back. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt, it gives me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I exhale a breath of relief. Thanks. As focused on me as he was before, the monster pays no attention to me now. He kicks some seating pillows out of the walkways, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. So that's it? I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why'd you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. This guy. In other words, he was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're ice, aren't you? Depends who's asking. One of her friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Ice picks up the kettle and walks to the edge of the C-spring, then dumps out the contents into the endless red. Gang took a walk. Okay. His pleasant smile stretches across his face, ear to ear. Then, in an instant, it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about his gang again. They're all dead, I think. You said you came here for help. Depends. Can the C-spring cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cup, tidying up. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it with an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow. The sea spring can cure anything. Nothing's stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring? My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the strange liquid makes my guts churn. It's not as if I'm averse to elixirs or decoctions. Decoctions, I've never seen that word. I know concoctions, but decoctions, I've made my fair share of them. But one misstep, and you can easily meet with a fate worse than death. Is there a price? Always. Ice. Okay. Ice taps his temple with a finger. Is this guy doing what I think he is? You lose it a little bit. Okay, not that. I thought he was gonna ask for a kiss. Listen, I've maybe watched too many dramas. That's it. Might have already beat it to the punch. My humor earns me an amused, fanged grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who ever drank before. Humans, monsters, soulless. One big, happy family in your head. Dang, okay. My blood runs cold. I've heard of these before. Group minds. Like hive minds, but different. Some legends suggest that independent minds can be psychically linked together through a strong enough catalyst. It's never been done before. But something tells me this is real, even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Ice strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything! Came on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue, but my frustration spills out before any of them. I was told here to come here for help, but instead I get threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tone. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. My skin prickles. The feeling of being watched washes over me again. My eyes dart back over to the sea spring. A lone ripple dances on the quiet surface. I take Ice's advice and clamp my mouth shut. Ice approaches a nearby soulless, a lanky dog-like one, with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. Several sets of crimson eyes adorn its sides. Its forked tail wags rapidly, and Ice squats beside it. He runs his fingers through the tendrils, scratches its chin, and pats his head. It's like a big dog, oh my god. A gentle smile plays across Ice's lips. The affection he holds for the soulless is painfully clear. I dip my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. The soulless? The dog? Really? Following a short whistle from Ice's lips, it trots over to the entrance obediently, tail swaying. I watch the soulless warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how should I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. I follow the soulless at a measured distance, and watch it nudge the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips when I meet Ice's eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow. I'll buy a drink for scaring you. I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. I think that's all the guys, right? Outside, more crimson-eyed soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They pay no attention to me as the dog-like one escorts me away. It's an uneventful trip. Sometimes, the soulless looks over its shoulder at me to make sure I'm still following. It's a long trip. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. The soulless sits and looks at me expectantly with familiar crimson eyes. Give it a pet! Yes! As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the soulless's tendrils and scratch behind its chin, just like Ice had. It pushes into my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. The vibrations are soothing, almost healing to my fatigue. When it's satisfied, the soulless spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. It's barely my first day in Iridia, and I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible, tamed soulless being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. Is that the end of the demo? No, it's not! Let's go! Nightfall creeps across the streets of Iridia. The city, labyrinthine, even in daytime, has become a warren of treacherous alleyways. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought this part of the city abandoned. There are lights everywhere, but okay. I make my way through the winding streets, doing my best to keep my bearing towards the Wetwick. Ew, that was a gross sound. My steps slow when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? I'm imagining things. Something is wrong. The fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle, a frisson of discomfort running down my spine. Something is wrong. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement. But the shadows are as deep and dark as pools of ink, and I see nothing. The music's got whispers in it that scared me a bit. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry on my way. Though I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently, there's only the sound of my own footsteps. As the moments pass, nothing happens. I begin to wonder, maybe I really did imagine that noise. I turn the next corner, and my thoughts come screaming to a halt. My head spins, the world blurring as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amidst the haze: the soulless that attacked the caravan. It's crouched over a dark, indistinct shape, a body. A garland of intestines spills from the pallid flesh. Blood grouts the cobblestones. For a mercy, the soulless is too distracted by its meal to have noticed me. My feet feel as heavy as stones, but I can't just stand here. Holding my breath, I take a step backward. When the wet, slurping noise don't abate, I take another, I take another, then another. Then a shard of glass crunches under my heel. This world seems to slow to a crawl as the soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of its sulphurous, bulging eyes fix unblinkingly on me. It's really here. It's come back for me. Okay. Run! I'm off like a shot, running for my life through the darkened streets. Behind me, a piercing bay splits the silence, and the heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random, trying to lose it in the maze of streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering rasp, growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arm swipe out. I duck, saved by pure reflex, and skid around the corner. I take 3 running strides before the bottom drops out of my stomach. A wall twice as high as me bars my way, a dead end. When I turn around, the soulless looms in the entry to the alleyway. It's no longer running. It doesn't have to. As it prowls closer, my thoughts race. Some of the buildings lining the streets are lit. There must be people inside. It's a long shot, but I am not going to open the door because I might accidentally kill somebody doing that. But, wait, I'll save. Scream for help. Somebody, help me! My voice rings through the shadowed streets. Silhouettes pass by the windows, but nobody answers. In this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood, never mind a stranger. The soulless, provoked by my shouting, gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestones betray me. I fall, sprawling over the rough stone. As the soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. Veer, please? It descends on me for the kill. Is this the bad end? Am I gonna die? But the impact never comes. Let's go! Okay, wait, this is Leander? I warily crack one eye open, then the other, not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. Wait, no, it's not. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched. Oh, it's this one! Moonlight shivers. Moonlight silvers the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood, and the soulless. My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer, and the misshapen form behind them. The soulless's many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. This person just killed it. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. It's dead. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The stranger's gaze dips to my bandages. Pale lips part on the brink of a question, then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me to my feet. As soon as I'm on my own 2 feet again, they pull away from me and start wiping the blood from their face and hands. Stay there. They turn away from me stiffly, leaning over the soulless's gangly body. With their back turned towards me, I realized that I saw their hooded silhouette at the cenobium. You were at the cenobium? You're shorter than I thought! This is the funny option. I want to pick the funny option. But also thanks, dude. You saved me. I shouldn't have had to. Their harsh response takes me aback. Before I can formulate a response, they continue. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. I can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me, and now they scold me? Lesson learned! I could do without the lecture, though. To my surprise, they break eye contact. Their attention glides back to the soulless's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Syringa. Min. Suddenly, Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the base of the soulless's skull, right between the cervical vertebrae. The soulless thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch, and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. They struck with surgical precision. Their quick, clean movements are familiar. Are you a scientist? Why is there a soulless in the city? Wait, this one's red! That's special. This one's special. Are you a scientist? Min stops mid-motion, lifting their head to stare at me. You knew exactly where to strike. Have you studied anatomy or medicine? Not quite. Why is there a soulless inside the city? Okay, so you ask both anyway. So, I'm not missing anything. Oh, I might have. Min looks at me, eyes searching before realization dawns. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Solus can come and go as they please until someone is contracted to stop them. The Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown. Not anymore. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium. I wouldn't go that far. Their brow abruptly furrows, and they sheath their knife, motioning for me to follow them. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in the city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? Why are you helping me? Okay. You are making an unbearable racket. Next time you walk into a Solus's claws, at least die quietly. Their answer is stingingly harsh. You know what? Fine. I just need to find my lodgings. Wait, save and... I hold my hands up, trying to forestall any more snippy comments. Alright. Alright, I get it. I'd love to get out of your way, but I'm sort of lost. I just need to get directions back to my lodgings. What makes you think I'll help you? Nothing, but there's no harm in asking. That seems to catch them off guard. Their What was that sound? Oh, hi! Thank you for following. I've been playing this game for 2 hours. Oh my god, okay. That seems to catch them off guard. Their brow knits, and they look away, scowling. How troublesome. Syringa? Oh! Oh! Chris! Oh my god. Hi! I turn, surprised by the voice. Chorus walks down the street towards us. His white and gold clothing is pristine, despite the grime of the city. Hello, Min. I see that Solus was your work. Min shrugs. There's a familiarity to the way they regard each other. You know them, Chorus? I didn't know you had friends, Min. You know them? Min is a freelancer who has done a few errands for me. They're quite reliable. Unreliable freelancers don't eat. A freelancer who wields a dagger like a scalpel? There must be something more to that story. Syringa needs to get back to wherever she's staying before she wanders into the jaws of another Solus. It is late. Were you able to find a place to stay, Syringa? I'm staying at the Wetwick. They don't like that. Both their faces fall. I see. Would you like a guide? It might be preferable to wandering about alleyways. That would be nice. Min clicks their tongue and sighs, sounding mightily put out. Going to the Amaryllis district? That gaudy cesspit? Come, this way. Despite Min's clear distaste, when Chorus leads me down the street, they keep pace with us. Catching my curious glance, Min's eyes narrow. It's not safe this late. I don't care about you, but Chorus is the only doctor worth a damn in this place. You like this with everyone? The deadpan look Min gives me is an answer enough. I catch Kurus hiding a slight smile. I suppress a sigh and resign myself to having a grumpy shadow all the way back to the wet wick. The route Kurus takes is completely different from my slow meandering earlier in the morning. In no time at all, he cuts through darkened streets and twisting alleys. Ooh, this place is bright! Oh my god! It seems like half the city has poured into the Amaryllis district's colorful streets. Laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet the most noise still comes from the wet wick. Its doors hang open, wide open, lanterns lit. Here we are. He moves towards the door, and Min gives an audible huff. Don't tell me you're going in. I have some quick business with Leander. Ugh, fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. They drag their feet, reluctantly trailing me into the tavern. As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hours since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Kurus stands out, easily a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amid the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. The crowd parts as though answering his request. Kurus glances over his shoulder at Min and me before gliding through. How can anyone breathe in here? Min follows Kurus at a clipped pace. Leander! Hi! Leander is right where I left him, although he's traded places with the bartender. Oh, he's a bartender. He holds a pair of shot glasses filled to the brim with luminous green liquid. And now for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses white with frost. Ooh. You're never gonna guess what's in these. Leander slides the glasses across the bar, and I get my third. Leander slides the glasses across the bar, and I get my third and fourth shots of the evening in rapid succession. I kind of expected this, but is Veer gonna be here too? Ice leans against the bar, an elbow propped on the counter. He catches the glass and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents, magically congealed, stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Hi! Oh my god. Veer, perched on the bar's counter beside Ice, takes a single look at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket of boogers? Leander's nose treasure? You've eaten worse. Veer's lips twitch and his ears flatten when Ice offers him a glass. He turns his cheek with a sniff, and Ice just snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you're actually... In one fluid motion, Ice throws back his head and downs the shot. Drinking that. A dark look crosses Ice's face. It's Chewy! Chewy? Wait, let me try again. Leander, what did you do? Behind me, Min grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. If it isn't Kurus and Min! At the sound of Leander's voice, Min's pale eyes grow wide. They look ready to bolt until Kurus sets a hand on their shoulder. I promise this will not take long. Min's eyes dart from Kurus's hand to his face, then soften. Fine, you first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met today know each other. Good evening, Leander. Ice. Another drinking competition, I presume? Oh, is it evening already? I could have sworn it was earlier. Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. Nothing to be afraid of. Kurus acknowledges Leander and Ice with the slightest nod, ignoring Veer entirely. Not that Veer seems to mind. He tilts his head, and an impish smile curves his lips when he spots Min looming silently behind Kurus. I almost didn't see you there, Min. Looking for your booster seat? Oh, hood's off. Min pushes back their hood. They level Veer with a cool look. I thought Ice wasn't allowed to bring his pets in here. Veer's tail gives an angry twitch. Look at them all! At the first sign of an impending fight, Leander vaults clear over the counter. He slides in between Ice and Kurus. Now, let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day the esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arm snakes around Kurus' shoulders. You are finally taking me up on that drink, right, Kurus? I'm afraid not. We are merely escorting Syringa back to her lodgings. Kurus gestures in my direction, and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. As soon as he sees me, Leander's face brightens. Syringa! It's been all too long. Everyone, this is Syringa. She's new to Iridia. All of these guys know me. I feel 5 pairs of eyes fix onto me, and suddenly, the bar feels suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. Hi, again. Hi everyone. Again. Wait, you've already met everyone? Oh, look at him! Look at him! Oh my god! Okay. Ice and Veer level me with subtly amused expressions. Veer's tail gives a lazy wag. We did, not that long ago either. I'm starting to suspect she's stalking me. He looks far too pleased with himself when I roll my eyes. What is that? This calls for drinks. What does everyone want? In an instant, all eyes turn to Leander. freeing me from the burden of attention. Weren't there like 6 people actually? I don't know. Yeah, wait, no, there's 5. Never mind. I still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk amongst themselves feels surreal. But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Iridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I know I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. Ha! Well, color me surprised. You make friends fast, Syringa. I wouldn't go that far. We're more like acquaintances? A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends that you haven't shared a drink yet. A wise man? You said that here, last week. I can hear Min's lips curl with distaste from across the bar. Leander clears his throat and continues, unperturbed. Let's toast to Syringa's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Curus politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. Are you? No. A resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn in the direction of the noise. Veer looks almost bashful as he accepts an overflowing flute from the bartender, poured from a drink so old its label has been worn blank. They serve champagne here? Since when? Veer pauses in the middle of licking champagne foam from his fingers with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In a transformation as impressive as his magic trick, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. He laughs softly. No, be my guest. I know you've got expensive taste. Haha. Then he shoots the bartender a frantic look. Unbothered or uninterested in his company, Ice cants his head at me, a light smile on his lips. How about you, Sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink earlier. No, my treat. Ice regards Leander over the lip of his glass. In the dim light, the glint in his crimson eyes looks downright dangerous. What'll it be, Syringa? Yeah, I think I'll just have water this time. Water's fine. Allow me. Leander pushes away from the counter to go flag down the bartender, leaving me with Curus and, more distantly, Min. I'm not the least bit surprised that neither has bothered ordering anything. They both seem ready to leave at a moment's notice. Water is a wise choice. Is it your doctor's duty to encourage sobriety? But Curus shakes his head with a patient smile. The drinks here are notoriously watered down, most likely to cut costs, but it only encourages the patrons to overindulge. Min looks up from adjusting the laces of one of their bracers. The only reason anyone bothers coming here is for the cheap rooms and cheaper drinks. Perfect conditions for terrible mistakes. It almost sounds like you're speaking from experience. Their pale face reddens and they look away, scowling. Leander returns with a glass of water that I accept with a murmured thanks. He claps, drawing the attention of the group. All right, everyone, let's toast. May Syringa's stay in Iridia be full of bright adventure and discoveries. Cheers! Leander, Ice, and Veer raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms, and Curus watches with polite indifference. The water is bitter, cold, and tastes faintly metallic, but I savor it all the same. Gradually, the din of the crowded bar fades to low murmuring. I find myself relaxing for what feels like the first time in years. Aren't you the popular one, Syringa? I'm guessing you met Curus first. It would be more accurate to say that I found her. You saved my life. I merely performed my duty as a doctor. Although, I must admit that I was confused when I woke up, missing all my clothes. Leander makes a choked noise. Somewhere behind him, Min sighs. It's not what you think! Syringa was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Curus's disappointment, and catch Veer snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Curus isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. You were simply there. That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, but they duck under his arm with practiced ease, without so much as looking his way. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn her to stay off the streets at night. Oh, I might have gotten a little distracted. Min's only response is a short breath. At any rate, I never got a chance to thank you, Min. Don't. The less soulless alive, the better. For a heartbeat, Min's eyes flick towards Ice, and their lips twist. Ice is too busy nodding along to Veer's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice. Lost, no doubt, in an enthralling discussion. I've had enough of this hellhole. Let's go. Min and Curus share a brief look. Then the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there is something that I must discuss with Leander, if you'll excuse us, Syringa. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to sip my water in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice so soft and low it's practically a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn to find crimson and pink eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that they chose the instant the others left to strike. Just my luck. I had to be abandoned with the two most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'll do if either of them push me again. Don't tell me Leander already snuck off to get his knob slobbered out back. He's got business with Curus and Min. 2-on-1 business, Isn't he lucky? I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Veer has grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his head. His ears twitch whenever a hiccup shakes his shoulders. Why are you so far away? Come, join us. He pats the bar stool beside Ice, but I hesitate. The smile Veer wears is sweet and distinctly sly, and with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ice will mess with me next. We don't bite. I'm not sure about that. Just hours ago, he tried to rob me, and you threatened me. Me? Steal? Surely you must be mistaken. You sure it was me? These two guys, oh my god! Yes, it was you. And then you had the gall to kick me out just so you could go drinking. He gives another one of his shrugs. I was lonely. A simpler answer than I expected, but I guess I can't fault him for that. Veer suddenly slumps forward, gossamer strings pooling where he rests his elbows on his knees. Ice sets his hand on Veer's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. How about we start fresh, Begin with proper introductions, get off on the right foot and whatnot. I'll start. The name's Veer, hunter extraordinaire. Veer's right hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls into his eyes. Ice doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn now. You already know my name, or it's Syringa. Veer considers me for a long moment, his tail idly swaying behind him. Then he knocks back the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Syringa. He says my name slowly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Syringa. Something like that? Something like that, okay. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring every syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Ice smirks at my reaction over the rim of his glass. Is something funny? Nope. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. Their sharp, cat-like eyes keep me on edge. Something about this tension is fun. It must be the exhaustion. Listen, these guys are hot, okay? I get it, MC, I get it. A flash of white over Ice's shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Chorus heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Min, but it feels wrong to let him leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Veer hums and wags his fingers at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but just as I'm nearing Chorus, something's about to happen. Gah! I stagger, shoulder checked by a man with a neck thicker than both my thighs, okay? He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shitstain. Asshole. I mutter while massaging my throbbing elbow. The roughneck wheels around, shoving a bloodhound out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? Oh god, he just pushed me. He shoves me backwards. sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. I'm fine, but my heart leaps into my throat when I see the roughneck bearing down on me. You trying to start something here? The roughneck freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of bloodhounds, caught by the commotion, circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizingly long moment, the roughneck looks from me to the bloodhounds. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me. The lob narrowly misses my cheek. Screw it. Too many freaks in this circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Ice. Okay. A dangerous smile spreads across his face. You'll do. What happens next is a blur. Oh shit, okay. Ice's fist crashes into the roughneck's jaw, causing an eruption of gasps, shouts, and even cheers around us. I scramble to my feet right as the frantic crowd swarms around me, cutting off my sight from everything and everyone. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, "Hey, hey, Ice, take it outside!" Ignore them, everyone! Look, drinks are on me! With those 4 words, the wick erupts with hoots and hollers. The ring around me disappears as bloodhounds and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Ice vanishes out the back, dragging the roughneck behind him. Curtis lingers near the door, I suspect, for any wounded before he departs. Men draws their hood up tight as they slip out a side door, while Veer leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. And Leander, seated at the opposite side of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. In the space of a heartbeat, I realize there's no telling when or if I'll see any of them again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I follow. Oh, this is the actual choice time. Oh my god, wait. They're actually doing this. Beer. I like that guy. Fox, boy! Of all the people I've met, only one of them left me with more questions than answers. Veer knows more than he's letting on. I'm certain of it. And if he's feeling as playful as he was earlier, I might be able to get some information out of him. Okay, wait, I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been holding it for a while. Shh. Alright, I am back. Okay. So I picked Veer. Veer knows more than he's letting on. I'm certain of it. And if he is feeling as playful as he was earlier, I might be able to get information out of him. Still, lingering doubt looms heavy over my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Returning to the bar is slow work, with the heavy crowd vying for drinks. When I find Veer, he's leaning against the counter with his elbows propped on the edge and a wine glass raised to his lips. Not for the first time, I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I see thrown his way, I'm not the only one. He's pretty, okay? I think that's not the reason. Yet there's a clear ring around Veer no one seems bold enough to cross. That's so cute. One ear perks at the sound of my approach, but Veer doesn't so much as look my way even when I slide onto the seat beside him. I didn't think you planned on sticking around. A free drink's a free drink, even if it tastes like rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming in this shithole? Veer takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his tail thrashes below the bar. You've caught me red-handed. He peers over the rim of his glass. In the low light, his eyes glitter jewel bright with amusement. Now, however will you punish me? I figured my company's punishment enough for you. Veer's lips twitch, and he smiles despite himself. So, you survived the night? Are you here for praise, or will a hit pat do? I want a hit pat. I feel a muscle in my jaw flex at the cruel twist to his smile. His arrogance has made a full recovery, meaning only one thing. Veer has sobered up, so much for my plan. About that. Turns out you were right. I did run into trouble. Now I can't decide if you're an oracle, an actual threat, or just completely full of shit. Veer scoffs. Most women would buy me a drink before insulting me. After the way you jerked me around, if anyone's owed a drink, it's me. Why are you so hostile? No! Veer falls so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment, I fear that I've actually crossed a line. MC! No! Then, he props his chin on his wrist. I don't think you understand how things work around here. Information is a luxury. One you flung carelessly aside. I'm not following. If you valued my words, you'd have taken them seriously. I gave you free advice, warned you of the danger you were in. And still you went prancing off to the sea spring. Small wonder the soulless didn't tear you to ribbons. My first impulse is to argue, but what he says, but what he said doesn't sit well with me. How does he know what happened to me? He's friends with Ice and the guys, the one who almost killed you, so not that hard to understand. How'd you know I left? What soulless? How'd you know I left? How do you know I left Iridia? I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right. How could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their laps like an over-eager Labrador? For a heartbeat, Veer's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. Only the ones I like. Okay. Veer trades his empty wine glass for a long-abandoned tumbler sweating beside him. Soft lumps of ice bob in the watery dregs of whiskey. But the truth is, I despise most people. His eyes flicker over my shoulder and thin as Leander's boisterous laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. What about me, now that we've started off on the right foot? I don't know whether that's really right, but okay. He turns, angling so he can look me over. His gaze is agonizingly slow as it glides over me. Okay. Finally, his lips quirk. I haven't made up my mind about you yet. It's a start, or so I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. It's not Veer's attitude that bothers me. No, I expected that of him. It's the fact that I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers, when he's being so testy, and his foul mood is infectious. Did I do something to piss you off? He lets out a short breath. No. Another lie. I'm close enough to catch the subtle bristling of his tail. Okay. I'm just disappointed. People like us can't help but attract danger. Yet you seek it, and for what? Cheap thrills? I wasn't trying to get eaten by soulless. There's something I'm looking for. And you think Min can help you? Leander? Are you really willing to risk your life with those dipshits? What life? You've got no idea what I've gone through. Or... forget it. I start to rise, but... Veer touches my shoulder. It's little more than a brush, but enough to give me a pause. To give me pause. His eyes search mine, softer somehow than before. Okay, they couldn't even begin to understand you, but I could. I could help you, if only you'd listen. How do I know I can trust you? You don't, but I'm slightly less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery or insults than those two. Is what you desire really worth risking your life for? If you knew the kind of life I've lived, you wouldn't be asking. Veer considers the condensation sweating from his glass for a long moment before speaking again. Will you trust me? Yes. I nod, and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Veer raises the tumbler to me, then snaps back the dregs. Once he's finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Let's talk. Outside. If I have to smell Leander's skunky aftershave for much longer, I'll hurl. With that, He slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow the path of his long, trailing tail through the crowd. Oh, the music's new. It's so cold outside. The breeze cuts clean through my bandages, freezing my fingers. If the chill bothers Veer, he doesn't show it. He lopes purposefully down the street into an alley. This far from the wick, the bar's racket is little more than an indistinct hum. This street's as dead as the Amaryllis district was crowded. Oh, okay. I wonder fleetingly how many unfortunate lives have been ended in this diggy alleyway. You had questions? Ask. Veer's breath mists in the dark. In the cold moonlight, his shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone street. Quickly, I've got a show to attend. Heavenly Lutist, as I'm sure I've mentioned, he looks down his nose at me. Effortlessly imperious, with one hand set on his hip. And for a breath, I'm reminded of the stark warmth that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. True. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I met earlier. If Veer doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First, I ask about... So the first thing we're gonna do is ask about other people. I don't know about Ice. I'd like to know more about Ice. You two seem close. He made an impression, Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy. Big everywhere, really. These guys are fucked, oh my god. Bit simple, but you know what they say about still waters. Okay. I don't, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Veer to ask. A coy smile. What is this? A coy smile plays at his lip as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Well, Ice isn't most people. I'm pretty sure he isn't a people, even. Like, I don't think he's human. I know. Ice isn't most people. He's better. Our eyes meet, and Veer's tender expression curdles. He's pouting. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous too. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or your sanity. Is that why you scolded me for going to the Sea Spring? I really don't think Ice is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him, not like I do. The corner of his lip twitches. Okay. Leander. What do you think about Leander? I don't. An unusually curt answer from Veer. I don't buy it. So, you're not very fond of him? I wouldn't spit on Leander if he were on fire. Wow, okay. Veer shudders. Oh no, he'd enjoy that far too much. To call Leander trash would be an insult to manure. He's a pathetic, slimy little man-child in big, shiny shoes. I've seen mutts rutting in gutters with more dignity. I have to remember to close my mouth. Chorus. I wanted to ask you about I regret speaking as soon as I start. Veers mentioned Chorus before, though not by name. I don't remember that. His reaction last time was nasty, but I can't back down now, not with Veer eyeing me so suspiciously. About the doctor, Chorus. I tense, ready for a blowback, but Veer only flicks his hand dismissively. Bit of a bore, if you ask me, but he's popular enough. You know, no, on account of his massive heart. He winks, as though the stress he placed on heart wasn't already suggestive. There's always a line wrapped around the block for his services. People can't seem to get enough of his special medicine. Probably because he doesn't charge anything. Veer's tail gives an impatient twitch. I'm pretty sure he doesn't do that, but okay. Or they're eager for a little mouth to mouth with their pelvic examinations, if you get what I mean. When I grimace, Veer grins wolfishly at me. There's clearly no point in asking him anything else about Chorus. Before I can ask my next question, Veer gives a frustrated growl. Don't you dare ask me about another soul. I haven't got all night for idle gossip. But I wasn't finished asking. You get 2 more questions, make them count. So much for being helpful, but I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. No more time for idle chatter. I'll get straight to the point. This is not usually a question you ask people, but okay. Leander told me that the Cenobium imprisons people. Did he mean you? Leander's a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. He loves to see himself as a savior, but the only difference between him and his cronies and the Cenobium's stooges are the uniforms. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more. The bluntness with which Veer spoke, or the venom lacing his ordinarily silken voice. You're asking who, when you should be asking why, says the asshole, counting my questions. The look he throws me is infuriatingly self-satisfied. Fine. Why were you imprisoned? For the same reason they'll disappear you, given half the chance. I'm something special. Veer bows his head, gathering his hair in his hands and lifting it from his shoulders to bear the plain leather collar adorning his neck. See this collar? He cranes his neck, inviting me to lean closer. Looks unremarkable, doesn't it? Maybe to the untrained eye, but there's an enchantment just barely visible, like letters embossed on old parchment. Intricate spellwork has been inscribed on the collar. If I touched it, I might be able to figure out what kind of magic it holds. Really? I'm gonna just do that? Okay. Sure. I reach forward to touch the buckle, but Veer's hand lashes out. Long, slender fingers wrap around my wrist, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easily he could snap my bones. Don't you know better than to touch without asking? Yeah, MC! Consent! But okay. He tuts like a scolding teacher, but an impish smile grazes his lips. Can I, please? You didn't ask me for— Yeah, actually, he just grabbed me too. Listen, I have way too many things. I'm gonna revisit like all of these. Can I, please? Our eyes meet, his thin with amusement. No, you may look, but don't touch. He lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandages, more to get a grip than anything else. I can't lose my composure again. By now, I'd fully expected Veer to begin walking away, but the fact that he's still here suggests that he either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that's what'll happen if the Cenobium finds out I'm different? I'm different? I'll be collared? Doubtful. They keep me around because I'm the best at what I do. And what exactly do you do so well? Killing? Okay. He says it carelessly, without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I am made to hunt the Cenobium's dizzying array of enemies. Monsters, soulless, noisy dissidents who grow overbold. I'm bound by their will until the day I die. That's awful! Veer murmurs in agreement. It is, isn't it? And that's all you're getting from me. I really must leave now. I'll be late. That's it? Why'd you bring me here if you weren't gonna explain anything? He has the nerve to laugh. Isn't that obvious? Okay. Isn't that obvious? I wanted to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. And you're asking far too many questions for someone hiding so much. He sneers, and reflexively I shove my hands deep into my cloak. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? It's totally not obvious. At all. No. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a tough act. Or the way you tense up at the slightest provocation. It's more likely the bandages. Not exactly subtle, I'll be going. Unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. There's a biting edge to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can start with what you are. I take a step backward, but... Did you just... Okay. My back hits a wall as Veer follows me in lockstep. I turn only to find his left hand resting on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Copy Dawn. Okay, he's close. Okay. Veer reaches for me. His fingers curl around my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Look at his eyes. Like, you can see his lashes. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Would you believe me if I said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? My eyelid twitches. Cliché, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Veer leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek and the warm, faintly spiced scent of his hair drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. There's nothing you can hide from me. His eyes are something. Ooh, okay. His voice is so low, so supple, I could slip into it. There's nothing you can hide from me. The misery born of your mistreatment haunts you. I understand what it's like to be used and thrown away. I'll give your life new meaning. I swallow thickly. How could he possibly know? No, this must be some kind of trick. But for once, fear isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. His piercing eyes pin me to the spot. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the wastes, the lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with the same ravenous hunger. Veer takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter, alone? Hello? Hello? Oh my god. I'm going to go insane. Listen. Like, no, but also, I'm sick of running, of hurting, of suffering. Surrendering completely is the easiest thing I've ever done. Before I can finish, Veer hushes me. A gloved thumb runs across my lips. What is gonna happen? Ringing the taste of leather when it dips into my mouth. He bends closer and closer. Okay, this is happening. Oh my god! Through the gauzy veil of his hair, I see shadows spread in whirls of smoke. Eddies of darkness peeling off the walls and blooming to blot out the moon. Sensation flees with the light, leaving me numb to everything except the sudden pressure of a hand tightening around my throat. Is he gonna kill me? Okay. Okay. Something snaps, and the bitter tang of copper floods my mouth. Veer's lips crush mine as he swallows the reedy thread of my final breath. This time, death comes swiftly and permanently. That was the wrong choice, apparently. The end. What the fuck? What just happened? Shut. Okay, so I have to choose the other thing. My back hits a wall as Veer follows me in lockstep. I turn only to find his hand resting on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Veer reaches for me. His fingers curl around my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Would you believe if I said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? Can I just skip everything? My eyelid twitches. Cliche, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Veer leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and the warm, faintly spiced scent of his hair drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. There's nothing you can hide from me. His voice is so low, so supple, I could slip into it. The misery born of your mistreatment haunts you. I understand what it's like to be used and thrown away. I'll give your life new meaning. I swallow thickly. How could he possibly know? No, this must be some kind of trick. But for once, Veer isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. His piercing eyes pin me to the spot. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the wastes, the lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses, picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with the same ravenous hunger. Veer takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter, alone? Okay. Part of me wants nothing more than to let him take me, to surrender completely to him. It would be so easy. But I'm not about to give up now. Yeah, you're late. The ludist. Veer blinks. His voice comes out soft and breathy. Shame. He eases back, and for what feels like the first time since he cornered me, I breathe. But my relief is short-lived. Nimble fingers trail down my jaw before closing around my throat. The touch is feather-light and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. One last thing, Syringa. Spoken so softly that the pounding of my heart nearly drowns out his words. Call me a dog again, and I'll break you. Understood? Foxes are dogs! Shut up! But okay. His lips curve, but there's no humor to his voice. In his voice, sorry. Yes. Good. As soon as Veer releases me, I sink against the alleyway to catch my breath. He looks down on me, his expression distinctly smug. Let's get one thing straight. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast. 2, actually. The first tasted dreadful, like a fisherman's old ashtray, but that's beside the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget what I am, or what I do best. He flashes me a dazzling smile. Syringa? Anyone seen Syringa? That's probably Leander, yeah. Leander's voice echoes from the direction of the wick. I whip around. I nearly call back before remembering Veer's apparent distaste for Leander. I glance back at Veer. He's gone. Only he's gone. Vanished into the dark. I know it. I'm left in the deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mixture of exhaustion and excitement. Fuck. I let out a long, shaky exhale that condenses in the freezing air. Only once my racing heartbeat slows do I make my way back towards the wick, guided by the distant sound of Leander's voice. Oh, that was it! Wait, no, that's not it. Wait. I can actually pick a route? I can do that? How long is this demo? Oh my god. I've been playing this thing for like almost 4 hours at this point. I know this guy legitimately just killed me. But Fox. Okay? I I can actually just pick her out, really? Veer, the chained charlatan. Veer serves as a warning of the dangers posed by the cenobium. As cunning as he is curious, Veer finds you fascinating and insists that he can help. But trusting him means entrusting your life to a collared beast with a lethal reputation. Can Veer protect you, or are his honeyed words a trap waiting to snap shut? Look at him! Okay. Let me read all of them, actually. Okay, never mind then. Thank you for playing. Okay. Wait, no, I want to read all the other things. Leander, the heroic mage. Leander offers you something that should be impossible. A taste of normalcy, free of your curse. As the first person to withstand your touch, that was an experience, by the way, that scene, he could change your life. But some things are simply too good to be true. Leander promises to help unravel your curse, but at what cost? This guy's cool, I like him. Ice, the demon renegade. An intimidating yet laid-back outsider, Ice presides over a sea spring with unnerving powers. He offers you a miracle, but the price means submitting yourself to the horrifying presence at the heart of the spring. Will you gaze into the abyss for answers, even at the risk of losing yourself? Chris. From all appearances, Chris is the repentant angel. Is he actually like a literal angel? We have demons. There could be opposites. You know, that does help with the whole like monster thing, I guess. From all appearances, Chris is a principled doctor of extraordinary skill. But you do know little about the man beneath the professional mask, and Chorus keeps even his friends at a cool distance. If you uncover his deepest secrets, will you like what you find? And Min, the cursed outsider. Despite their cold nature and familiarity with violence, Min is just as desperate as you to get into the cenobium. You may be able to help each other, but they're keeping just as many secrets as you. They claim they're dangerous, but could they be your only chance at getting into the cenobium? They're freaking blood everywhere. Okay. This guy, Veer, I'm going with you, okay? I might have to save many times because this guy's gonna actually kill me. And he actually did. Never mind, there isn't actually I was lied to. Okay. Fine, whatever. So far there's 7, yeah. There's this one of the insane guy. Oh hey. You can touch it and it'll change. There's Chorus. Leander. Look at this thing. He looks pretty cool, actually. Like, he's hot. Bring boobs, whatever. Veer. I like the way you can I like the way they did this, like this year. And this thing. Ice. You think the tentacles are actually his? Maybe. He's hot. I think. Okay, like. There's also Min, by the way. I think, okay. Min's not really like my thing. Like, their whole, I get the whole mysterious assassin monster hunter. Like, I get why that would be cool, and it's kind of cool, but not really my type. Chorus is nice. Chorus is pretty. Like, yeah, Chorus is pretty. I think these three are my favorite. I don't. Vera's a fox, okay? He's a fox. I like foxes, and this is a fox boy. Listen, I'm picking him. Like, when the full game comes out, if I can afford it, if it's still free, actually, I'll probably pick his route. But if not, then Ice. Ice is cool. Ice is pretty cool. And then, oh, look at his hands. And then Leander, probably. But yeah, okay, wait. I had a couple other things I wanted to see. I have 3 pages of save files. Okay, first is this one. This is, for those of you who don't know. So the MC is cursed with, like, they have cursed touch. So if they touch anyone, the person will turn insane. And if you saw the first guy for the CG, yeah, he turns insane and tries to kill MC. And that's just the MC's life. But so Leander, so we've come to Iridia for answers, for a cure, so that we're not so, touch starved. But so we wanted to go look for the cenobium, but according to everybody we've met, the cenobium is bad business. So Leander's like, hey, I can do magic, right? Wait, actually, yes, wait. So, like, Leander's like, hey, I can do magic. This is magic. And he's really good at it. So Leander's like, hey, I can do magic. Maybe I can help you. I'm sure I could, because his entire thing with the Bloodhounds is apparently helping people for free. And so, what happens is he touches. He's like, okay. So MC tells him about their curse, and he's like, okay, touch me. I want to see. And they're like, what? No. But he's like, I'm magic, and so he has like a protection spell that he uses, and so they actually touch. And this is the first time MC's ever held somebody's hand, like skin to skin contact, and you're like, oh my god, this feels pretty good. And so he seems to like it. He's blushing the entire time. He's like, haha, this is nice. Okay, no, I'm going insane. Anyway, so I let him go the first time because I'm like, hey, I can't keep doing this. But so now we're gonna keep touching him, and I guess we'll see what happens. Oh my god. My hand glides over Leander's wrist and up his forearm. Okay! And up his forearm, where smooth skin abruptly gives way to the raised scar by the edge of his sleeve. He is so close! I forgot about this part. He is so close. It matches the one that runs from his collar to cheekbone. This thing. Could it be the same wound? I glance at Leander's face, and his lips part as he considers his words before speaking. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? My hand goes still on his arm. So far. He was... Simp. Okay. I'll admit your touch does make it somewhat difficult to stay level-headed, but not due to your power. You can't just say that! Okay. He takes my hand. His soft green eyes flick to mine before he turns it to inspect the golden fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. Look, we match! He points at a golden pin on his collar, and I give him a soft smile. Okay. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. Yeah, okay. Then this continues from before. Next one! Wait, I think this was just a random save. Yeah, this was just... Veer! So, Veer, for this one, something freaky happened, and, okay, something freaky happened, and then, we turned around, and Veer is holding the key to the room that we got from Leander. So, the Wet Wick, which is a bar, is also an inn. And so we're like, hey, actually, I don't have a place to live. And so Leander's like, I know what I can do. So he talks to the bartender, who is also the innkeeper. And he's like, hey, do you still have any rooms? Or have all my buddies taken them? And he's like, and so the bartender gives him this key. And it's like, oh, don't worry. I always keep the corner room open for your escapades. But so anyway, we get the room. And so we have a place to live now. But then Veers picked it up. And the thing about Iridia is apparently information is valuable. It's like Sumeru, sort of, but less intense. And so in this one, it's like, I can't let him know that I live there. And so I was like, no, where did you find it? And then he lies and it's like, oh, I found it on the ground. It's like, who said that's my key? Who said that's my key? And it's like, who said that key's mine? Okay? He smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. I saw you drop it. You should really be more careful. City like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I can't figure out how he picked my pockets under my nose, but I'm certain he took my key and I need it back. This is the same thing. This is the exact same thing that happened before. So it's just a difference of what I said, I guess. He gives the exact same response too. It's like, wait. How'd you even find it? The key, I mean. What can I say? I'm a sucker for shiny things. He smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. Yeah, and so it's the same thing. But okay. Good to know. This one, I started saving like all the options after that. I flirted back with him. Of course I did. Wait. This is the Monster Fuckers game, okay? Listen. It's gonna happen. By now, my embarrassment has worn away, leaving simmering impatience in its place. If this is a shakedown, it's the most frustrating one I've ever heard of. So last time, I flirted back with him, and I don't even know how that was considered a flirt, but like, okay. Are you done, or did you plan on flirting with me until night falls? He touches his chest in mock affront. You wound me. How can you be so immune to my charms? You're about as charming as an ox and half as subtle. I suggest you go practice your seduction on someone interested. That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. How about you teach me the ropes? Show me a thing or two. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me that this one's more dangerous than he lets on, even if he has a lovely laugh. This line, yeah, this happened the last time as well. So I'll just do both of them. How'd you know that I spent all my money, starved, and nearly died in a swamp just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I saw? It's the same thing. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told that subtlety's not my strength. So, your place or mine? Oh, right! Oh my god, there was this one too. I said I'll pass, like the last time. I didn't invite you had my key. If only I had my key, then I might be able to invite you up. His languid gaze glides from me to the key in my hand. No, his languid gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Come, take my hand and we'll go together. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. Yeah, okay. I don't think they actually do anything. But yeah, okay. That was the thing that happened. This is the same thing. Yeah, okay, it was. And then there's this one. Oh, right. These days, you'd need a miracle to get in there. I'm unsure how to respond, or if I even should. The last time I said nothing, because I felt like it would be rude. Seems like I'm in the market for a miracle. Know anyone selling? She beams at me like I've said the greatest thing she's ever heard. Lucky for you, I have them for free. Whatever she's selling, I'm not interested. My words come out in a tired breath. No thanks. I mean, you literally just said, but like, okay. This happened already. I think it's actually the same line. Say nothing. After the experience I've just had, I'm not too keen on indulging strangers with small talk. Despite my silence, she maintains her unflinching stare and smile. Lucky for you, I have miracles free. Yeah, okay, that's the same thing. I should probably delete some of these saves, actually. I don't remember this one. Keep going straight, and the sea spring will reveal us. Oh, right. Okay. So this lady, she's got no spine. Like, literally. Like, something happened. She got some sickness, and she lost her bones. But she's still alive and moving. So, like, how is that possible? And apparently, the miracle is the sea spring, which can cure anything. And so she guides us there to the swamp, and like, you have to leave the city for it. The thing is, at the start of the game, we almost died here. Like, we were on a caravan, and there was the fog fall, which hasn't really been explained. It's just really bad. I think it's like basically really bad air, and it'll just kill you. But there's also soulless, which are these monsters that also kill you. So basically everybody died. And I almost died as well. So the MC's arm gets just cut clean off. It's gone. You can see it on the ground as the MC is dying. Of course, we almost die, but we wake up. Kura says, stitched our arm back. That's another thing. We don't know how he did that. And he won't tell us because information is valuable. And we didn't tell him anything, so he's not gonna tell us anything. But, so yeah. We almost died here. And now we have to go back. I bark out a bitter laugh. Loud and involuntary. I said I'd rather not. Because I really didn't. But this is a setup. This has to be a setup. As soon as I step out there, some friends of yours will ambush and mug me. If I wanted something from you, I would already have it. She says it so lightly, I almost believe her. Even if she looks as physically capable as a toothpick. You're as safe inside the city as outside it. Truthfully, the territory before you is the safest of all. So this is the same. I'd rather not. Are you kidding? It's not safe out there. And then you just skip all that. Same thing. What do you mean, territory? This region belongs to Ice. Most people know him as a gang leader, but he's much more than that. So, you've met Ice. But yeah. So same thing. I think I didn't save. Okay. There were a couple decisions after this one. I stayed silent because this space looks ominous. I'm not about to shout. But I guess I am actually about to shout. Wait, tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seating pillows scattered the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. Oh! Also, before we entered, a bunch of soulless started chasing us. So actually, we weren't going to approach. But then we got chased, and it's like, okay, no, and then we entered the building. That's what happened. So now we call out. Hello? Is anyone there? Is anyone here? Sorry. My voice echoes across the cavern without response. I approach the paper-covered pillar. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for the closest one before. I'll get the topmost this time. I reach for a note that's higher up. It reads, "No one will read this, but it's not for anyone else. This is the evidence I existed in this rotten, grim world. Even so, I wish I could have stayed longer. The bot girl will be lonely without me. I should have told her how I..." The rest is scratched out. I wonder who wrote this. Before I can... Okay. Not yet. The bottommost. I reach for a note at the lower end. It reads, "They watch me through the mirrors. They won't stop staring. They know what I did. But they won't have me. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. I'm safe now." I can't read that. Wait, I can try. Wait, no, I can read that. Wait. Can I? Is it upside down? I ain't no cipher, bro. Oakley, Dipso, Vu, Zavapan. Yeah, Zavapan, Zay, Alls, Hushtfze, Sp, Za, Lupin. Okay! I feel like it's actually supposed to be upside down. Wait. It is not upside down. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, because this wouldn't make sense either way. But okay. I wasn't supposed to mean anything anyway. Damn. Alright. The writing deteriorates into unintelligible scrawl. Oh, and the middle one, in case you want to know. The closest one. I reach for a note in front of me. It reads, "Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much. From Iris. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again." It's written in perfect cursive. I've never seen such beautiful handwriting. It's like, that's the thing you focus on? Not the ominous ass words? Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. Okay. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty, vacant. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. That stillness hides something deeper, something wrong. I gotta drink some water. Oh my god. I've been talking too much. Okay. Hey! I spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly. All different sizes and species, but sharing one identical trait, glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel teeters over the sea spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. That voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze. Their snarls quieting. Oh yeah, okay, this guy. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. You look lost, little sparrow. We're skipping all of this. Hey! Eyes on me! Okay. It's the same. Okay. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? Last time I picked distracted. It's like, hey! I'm trying not to die right now. But also, fuck you. I look into his unnerving eyes, holding his gaze defiantly. Fuck you, is that better? A crooked grin cracks across his face. We'll work on it. I love how they just name him bastard. Yeah. I scan the soulless again. They really aren't attacking. Posturing more than anything else. Almost as if they're waiting for commands. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm kind of distracted by the soulless about to maul me. Only in my command. Scan the soulless again. Yeah, okay. He did, by the way. Tell me what you want. You really want. Okay. I said I need help. And he's like, okay. I remove the bandages, which the MC has because of the curse. Yeah, okay. He's like, give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you. He's like, I haven't done anything wrong. Trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives a non-committal shrug. Expecting mercy was your first mistake. My voice stops in my throat. This man's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I said I need help. Tell me what you want. I'm not interested. I'm not in the mood for guessing games. Your hands. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. We did this. This is like skipping everything else. But okay, fine. I need help. I thought the sea spring could cure me somehow. My voice wavers pathetically. Honesty has never been my strong suit. He cants his head to the side, appraising me, but doesn't respond. I fidget nervously. I'm telling you I came here for help. Are you listening? Your hands. And so he asks me to show them. With a sharp huff, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soulless are one command from ripping me to shreds. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body is frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well. The hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edge of the bandages. Stop. And he jumps down. With wary slide, he slides off the beam. Yeah, okay, this has happened. I've seen this. Let's see. Nothing else after that. Wait, there is something else after that. I don't remember it. Wait, oh yeah, I almost fell down. Woo! Okay. Blazing crimson eyes bore into mine. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. But yeah, okay, I think that was it. Oh, so, he explains what the sea spring does, which is, how does it cure me? I drink from it. I drink from this blood red stuff. It's like, MC's like, no. But there are side effects. That woman back there, she seemed a little bit insane. And that's because, if you drink from the sea spring, basically what happens is you will you will lose yourself. You will share a consciousness or like memories or something with everyone who's ever drank here before. So humans, monsters, soulless, and the MC, because their backstory, which I chose, was alchemist. They like, hell, I've heard of this before. It's called a group mind. So not quite a hive mind, but a group mind, which is, they've heard of it before. Basically, if you have a strong enough catalyst, you can connect everybody's consciousness together. But this is the first time it's actually happened. But whatever. So, MC needs some time to think about this. They also gotta go home, because it's getting dark out, and they might die again. So he's like, okay. He goes up to this soulless, that's sort of like a dog, and he pets it, and he's like, this pretty girl will send you home. And MC's like, that's a monster? I wouldn't call it pretty, but okay. But, it does send us home, or like back to the city, and, sometimes it stops to see whether we're still following, and the others, oh, this is the wrong thing, actually, never mind, wait, I I didn't even save that because I was so sure of my choice. Okay, there's a way to skip this. So yeah, this thing. Anyway, right, as I was saying. So so the thing sends us home. Yeah. I was so I pet the soulless because of course I did. It's a big dog. It's probably a weird looking dog, but it's a big dog. Okay. So this time I wave at it. I'm too nervous to do anything but give it a wave. It seems to do the trick. The soulless spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. Yeah, it's barely my first day in Iridia, and I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible. Tamed soulless being one of them. I'm gonna pet it again. As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the soulless's tendrils and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ice had. It pushes into my palm in response, grumbling with a sound akin to a purr. The vibrations are soothing, almost healing to my fatigue. When it's satisfied, the soulless spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. So we're okay, and then so we're a bit lost. The city's sort of deserted. Like the MC says, if I hadn't been here in the morning, I'd have thought that this place was abandoned. So they're walking and they get lost, and we meet with the exact same soulless that almost killed us at the start of the story. So this is the exact same thing. And we see it eating somebody. And we try to back away, but we step on glass. And so the soulless chases us into an alley, and now we are at a dead end. I screamed for help, but now we're gonna try the nearest door. I whirl, grabbing at the handle of the closest door. It turns completely, the hinges creaking as I push, and I feel a flash of hope before a weight hits the door from the other side and slams it shut. The click of the lock turning is grimly final. Yeah. So, I thought that would happen. I was like, even if they do open the door, I don't want to accidentally kill somebody. So, we scream, also nobody does anything. So, in this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood, never mind the stranger. Soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestones betray me. I fall, sprawling over the rough stone. As the soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. But impact never comes. So this is the same thing that happened the last time. But I want to see, cause what Min says when they save us is like, oh, why'd you save me? And Min's like, cause you were making a terrible racket. If you're gonna die to a soulless, can't you die quietly? I said, I want to see whether he still says that. A hooded figure crouches in front of me. One blood-stained hand outstretched. Moonlight silvers. Isn't it like slivers, honestly? But okay. Moonlight silvers the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood, and the soulless. My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. The Soulless's many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. It's dead. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The stranger's gaze dips to my bandages. Pale lips part on the brink of a question, then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me to my feet. As soon as I'm on my 2 feet again, they pull away from me and start wiping the blood from their face and hands. Stay there. They turn away from me stiffly, leaning over the Soulless's gangly body. With their back towards me, I realize that I saw their hooded silhouette at the snow beam. Yeah, we did. We saw them climbing one of the vines, and then one of the patrol officers called out to us, and then they just vanished. I said you saved me. But also this is funny. I didn't choose this one because I thought it was mean. It's like, hey, I just saved your life. You're shorter than I thought. They give me a startled look before their eyes narrow. It seems I've touched a nerve. I'm surprised you think at all. Maybe I deserve that. It was funny. Before I can formulate a response, they continue. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. I can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me, and now they scold me. Lesson learned. I could do without a lecture, though. And I could do without you calling me short. This didn't happen the last time, but this is cool. Point taken. So there's some change. Their attention glides back to the Soulless's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Syringa. Min. Suddenly, Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the base of the Soulless's skull, right between the cervical vertebrae. The Soulless thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. Sorry. They struck with surgical precision. Their quick, clean movements are familiar. Of course I picked this one, because it's red. So, because apparently the red ones are special, but I've already did this one, so. Why is there a Soulless inside the city? Why is there a Soulless inside the city? Min looks at me, eyes searching before realization draws. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Soulless can come and go as they please, until someone is contracted to stop them. The Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown. Not anymore. So the thing about this is, if you pick this one, you still ask the question. Min stops mid-motion, lifting their head to stare at me. You know exactly where to strike. Have you studied anatomy or medicine? Not quite. Why is there a Soulless inside the city? Yeah, so we still ask this. So, if you don't pick the red one, it's like sort of your loss. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium. I wouldn't go that far. Their brow abruptly furrows, and they sheathe their knife, motioning for me to follow them. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in the city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on that soulless, and you're in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. Yeah, okay. So there's the difference. Actually, that makes me wonder how much I've lost from certain things, but I'm not checking the entire game again. No thank you. You know what? Fine. I picked the other option last time. Fed up? I don't bother holding back anymore. Fine. I don't know why you dive in and out of nowhere to kill some dangerous soulless, then be rude to the person you helped, but go right ahead. Min blinks, staring at me like my head just spun around my neck. They open their mouth, then close it, looking uncertain. I forge onward, gathering steam. How was I supposed to know there'd be dangerous soulless hunting in the streets? You don't have to be an asshole about it. This is new. You're not as spineless as you look. Syringa? And then Chorus shows up. But yeah. So I got Min to blush. Let's go. Oh my god, okay. We went past quite a few of them. You were at the Cenobium. I've seen you before. You were at the Cenobium earlier, weren't you? They cast a wary look at me. So what if I was? Their harsh response takes me aback. Before I can formulate a response, they continue. What are you thinking? Traveling all night? Yeah, okay. That's the same thing. I think I've seen this one. I have. This one also. Okay. Okay, so everybody in this game, like all the guys at least, they know each other. Which is, you know, plot reasons. But okay. The last time, we got something that wasn't water. It was beer. And it tasted gross. I mean, Leander liked it, but I didn't. But this time we'll take that drink. Yeah. Oh yeah, the green shots was Leander. It's super gross. Leander, he served something to Ice. It's like, hey, I hope I got it right this time. And it looked like boogers. But I still drank it. And he was like, it's chewy. What? And the artist said, oh, you did it wrong. But yeah. So I don't want one of those. Don't knock them till you've tried them. They taste better than they look. I am not sure about that. I'm not good with things with weird textures. So like, no thanks, dude. Somehow I doubt that, but I hold my tongue long enough for Leander to go behind the bar. He's lying, isn't he? When I glance at Ice, he only shrugs. Like I said, they were chewy, probably poisoned too. He considers his own drink, a tumbler of amber-colored whiskey, which is probably this thing. Really? I didn't know this one. Leander's tried to kill me a dozen times by now. It's always a gamble. Veer clicks his tongue in disapproval. When he finally looks my way, it's with a half-lidded gaze softened by his third glass of champagne. If I were you, I wouldn't let Leander put anything in my mouth. He fans his fingers over his chest, voice dripping with fake reverence. The Wet Wick is one of the finest drinking establishments in all of Iridia. While you're here, you may as well partake of the signature watered down drinks and stale not leather. Also, if this is the best place to drink, you guys need better places to drink, I think. But okay. He sweeps his hand towards a chipped ceramic bowl filled with spindly, speckled jerky that I can only assume is not leather. What is with the food in this city? As abysmal as you make it sound, this place is completely packed. It's not all bad. Depending on the day, the food's edible. Ice takes a measured sip of his drink. Gotta stick out for the real attractions, though. Before I can ask what he means, Leander returns with a tumbler that he set in front of me. Uneven chunks of ice bob in a pool of reddish-purple alcohol. I sniff the drink suspiciously. To my relief, this time all I smell is the sharp, clean scent of gin with an undercurrent of fermented fruit. Relax, it's just the local specialty, plum gin. Although, if you're feeling more adventurous, I shake my head. Leander raps his knuckles against the bar until the group falls silent. Alright everyone, let's toast. Oh yeah, the drink was worth toast, by the way. May Syringa's stay in Iridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. Cheers! Yeah. These two aren't drinking, because they're clearly supposed to go. They were just here to send me home. Oh! So, a fight happens, and then all of them leave. Well, okay. Specifically, MC bumps into a guy, and bumps into a guy, some other guy, and they almost start a fight, but the Bloodhounds, which are Leander's gang, basically, surround them, and they're like, "Hey, you wanna start something?" It's like, "Okay, fine." Too many freaks in this circus tonight. That's what the guy says. And so, but then he turns around, and Ice is there, and he just punches him in the jaw. Ice is like, "Oh, you'll do," and then he punches him. And people gawk, they gasp, some of them cheer. And then everybody's surrounding the fight because they want to see it, of course. And then Leander's like, "Hey, take it outside." And so Ice does. And then Kuros leaves. Oh, okay. He watches to see if anybody's gotten hurt. And then he leaves. Min leaves out a side door. The way Leander broke up the fight, was he's like, "Hey, your drinks are on me," and everybody's like, "Oh, okay," and so they all rush to the bar, and so it's not a big deal anymore. But Ice brings the guy out, and Veer is still drinking by the counter, and so they're all leaving, and so MC's like, they're all going separate directions, and I might never see these people again. So, whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I followed Veer, because of course I did. I think you were there at that point. But yeah. So, I followed Veer. I'll follow Ice. Well, I'm gonna just see the fight, actually. Morbid curiosity draws me after Ice. I sneak out the back of the wet wick. The alley's dead silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. I'm actually pretty sure that guy's dead. Like, have you seen Ice? He's a demon. I'm pretty sure that guy is dead. Yeah. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red spatters the ground, spidering through the seams of cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. Once so violent, the roughneck is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh, blotted with mud. Yeah, the guy's dead. Ice exhales, his breath misting against the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless body, his feet on either side of it. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago, he was joking and friendly with the others, but now... Ice's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow? This guy's given me a nickname. Freaking... Like, dude, okay. I warily rise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. Ice steps off the roughneck. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime, completely still. I doubt that. He's alive. I doubt that. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Yes. I did. Okay. I feel like if I say killer, he'll then be like, okay, I am, and then kill me. So I'll pick that first. Killer must be scared. You wouldn't hurt me. You wouldn't hurt me? It comes out more like a question. His eyes flick down my body, then up again. Okay. Not like him, at least. Okay. Okay. Alright. His bloodied knuckles catch his attention. He tries to rub them clean, but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. Yeah, you did. The first time I met you, you threatened to kill me. You're not doing a good job in this dating sim. I didn't know you cared about my opinion. Just prefer you didn't piss yourself when we talk. Annoyance bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ice chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. MC is very easily irritated, actually. She's like, oh my god, fuck everything. Ice kneels beside the roughneck and frisks him. I can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ice's hands search through the roughneck's pockets. It doesn't take him long to find his prize. A cigarette and a matchbox. Oh, this guy smokes. He strikes a match. Sparks light up his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddy body. You're just gonna leave him there? Ice draws deep from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in the sweet, spiced scent of cloves. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with cool, lidded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on a crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out here in the first place. Okay. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Wait, give me a second actually. Oh my god. Hello. Yeah, okay, you can hear me. Alright. Ugh. I've been having the sniffles like all day and also throughout the stream. Alright. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Iridia. Was Princess good company? Princess. Beer? He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette in a flash of red. Oh! Oh! He named it? Princess? That's cute. Oh my god. The soulless who escorted you back. She was. You named it Princess? Jealous? A little bit. I return his smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Okay. Sparrow. Not sure where Ice got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kind of nice. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly changed the subject back to the soulless. She was cute. Yeah, she was cute. I'm gonna save this also. She was cute. She was kind of cute in a weird way. It's a dog, okay? I don't care if it's a weird monster dog, but it's a dog. Okay? Like, listen. I glance absent-mindedly at my hand, remembering how she nuzzled into my palm at my touch. Yeah, if I hadn't pet that dog, I wouldn't have this line. Ice's eyes softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Okay! You can do that to me! If I go with his route, are we just gonna have pets? Is that just the thing with him? We're gonna take a bunch of pets together. That's so cute! What the heck? Think she's cute now. Wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks? Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right rewards. That is fun, but also I don't know whether I like the prospect of rewards, considering these things eat humans. Sounds about right. The idea of tamed soulless is so outlandish to me. I was mauled by a mindless, bloodthirsty beast, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible, all because of the sea spring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. He doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts back his head. He closes his eyes, tilts back his head against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up too, as long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across us. I glance over at Ice and allow my eyes to linger. I get it. Okay, I didn't expect this to happen, but yeah, I get it. A sea glass colored tattoo spirals up his arm, painting over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight. It draws my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, carved jaw. I can't believe we're actually oogling this guy. Okay. His ears, his horns, his pupils, that you can't even see, by the way. Everything about him is sharp, even the fangs that only show when he grins. But as dangerous as he appears, I can't help wanting to know more. I wonder how recently he crossed over this world, and why. I don't remember the whole lore with the monsters thing, so I can't really talk about this. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long, good look. Are you impressed, or do I need work? My face grows hot. Oh my god. Fuck this guy, dude. You're annoying. He responds with a low chuckle, draped in smoke. Didn't stop you from staring. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a change in topic. I have questions about the sea spring. Okay. Just run away from your problems. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant, and he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. I thought I made myself clear what you'd be giving up. Before you kicked me out to go drinking, I still need to know more. My turn for a question. It sounds more like an order than anything else. I bristle under his narrowed gaze. Fine. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his lips. Your curse. Oh, he knows about it. I'm not surprised, but what about it? Not even a question mark. The song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? This is the right question to ask, actually. Because MC's done a lot of stupid ass shit. And it's like, they're very willing to die for this, I think. It's like, so, is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one has asked me that before. You've survived this long. Unless you're running out of time, I wonder if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and props his head on blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss over the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily, I'd feel annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. He laughs under his breath. Harsh word. We lapse into silence again. This time, it's surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a calming reprieve. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. Ice raises an eyebrow at me. I start asking about... Okay, so I think you can just ask them a bunch of questions about each of them. I think I'd ask about Min, but I'll ask about Veer first, because I asked Veer about Ice. I was surprised to see that you and Veer are close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole. And water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate or add his thoughts, but he doesn't. So, what do you like about him? He lets out a quiet laugh, as if amused by my question. Ice made some interesting comments. Freaking, they fucked before, okay? I wonder if he's gonna talk about it too. A lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole. Temperament matches the drapes. Looks good in blood and better in tears. Hello? Okay. Favorite thing's the tail. Sometimes it frizzes up if you... He catches himself, clears his throat. It's not hard. It's hard not to let the disappointment show in my expression. Okay. Veer is one of the most honest people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. So, he's not honest? Those sound like complete opposites to me. Okay. I'm pretty sure they're still fucked. Okay? Like, Veer's more, I would say, straightforward about it. But okay. Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. Ice's reaction takes me off guard. He growls, pinches the back bridge of his nose, as exasperated as I've ever seen him. I make enemies as easily as a breathed sparrow. It doesn't bother me. Is he naming them all birds? But that dove's got it out for me for no reason. Maybe they're unsettled by the sea spring? It's not about that. It goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they'd understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Huh? Don't think they understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Okay? Honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. It could be the same for them. Okay. I think what they mean is like, if you were nice to me, you'd probably be able to betray me and do whatever you want instead of just being so sour. But Saringa, MC, I picked the backstory where they were raised by an alchemist, but then it turns out they were just being raised to be a test subject. So honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. It could be the same for them. At least you're capable of a conversation. Do me a favor and teach the dove some manners. I thought they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. I briefly considered the possibility that Min wants to get bitten. I'm not about to propose that, though. Okay. Am I gonna be able to ask about everybody? Because I asked Veer about 3 of them, and he's like, nope, okay, no more. 2 more questions. Kurus. I didn't know that you and Kurus were friends. In a way, I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people closer than arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Okay. Get the sense Kurus was like that in the past. Must have been burned. This guy is actually probably one of the more honest ones. He's not frustrating to talk to. Not to me, at least. He's fun. He trails off after the last few words, then shrugs. He opens up in his own ways, if he's relaxed enough. I don't know how to even imagine that. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. I'm sure he does. I can't decide what's more intriguing. The fact that Kurus has an endearing side, or the idea that Ice has managed to coax it out of him. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets. I'd kill to know more. I can't ask him about everybody. You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Listen, everyone. He's helped me a lot since I arrived in Iridia. He even got me a free room at the Wetwick. His charm has gotten him far, but for a leader, he sure likes it when others take control. Part of me desperately wants to ask what he means, but Ice continues before I get the chance. Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats instead of drinking buddies. Why though? These two are sort of similar, actually. Maybe it's cause like they both sort of have the same vibe. But you know, his smile is easy, but there's a dangerous edge to it. Leander's done a good job for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve is tested. Same could be said for anyone in this plane or the next. As for my resolve, well, stick around in Iridia long enough, and you'll find out. The guy is dead. Probably. But he's probably dead. So, I nod slowly. I can't decide if it sounds like a promise or a threat. Got any more observations, Sparrow? My main point is that, speaking from experience, being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I level him with a tired look. Fine, I'll confess. I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Oh, this is new! Arcudius. Huh? We know this guy? Do we? Wait, oh my god. My skin prickles at the name, hair standing on end. Who's that? A friend. It lives in my head. What? Really? It lives in your head. Ice taps his temple with a finger. Right here. Scared you off yet? That'd be the third bad impression I've made on you today. I'm stunned for a long moment, processing what he's just told me. What does Arcudius mean? Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're serious? Ice grins wide enough to flash his fangs. Those do not look like fucking fangs, baby, but okay. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd. I can't help it. On top of everything I've gone through today, this feels like I'm living a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count, encountered tame soulless and a horrifying group mind. And now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ice's head. Imaginary friends exist. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ice waits patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, it just sounds so ridiculous. tension that wound my shoulders so tightly has melted away, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I can breathe. I feel better. God damn it. Don't make me your favorite, please. Dukas! Where in Rats's ass are you? Raucous, gruff sounds rise in the streets, echoed by the sound of heavy boots sloshing through mud. Oh! Oh, that guy's got friends too. But they're not in his head. The voices share the roughneck's accent from the bar. The same roughneck who is still maybe dead and lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. I shove to my feet as their voices get louder. They're closing in quick. Alice pulls me by the wrist out of the alley, away from the beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between the buildings, veiled in the shade of tattered canopies. It's a tight fit. They really pulling all the tropes out. Ice boxes me in against the wall, his body all but pressed against mine as he towers over me. For the second time today, the heady scent of smoke envelops me, but this time cut with the metallic tinge of someone else's blood. Ice pitches his voice low. Quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off Ice's body, the feeling of his leg grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I squirm against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do we really have to? His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. Damn! He's over here! Dukas! Wake up, you bastard! A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They all wear violet sashes, some kind of uniform. I wish I could see what they're doing, but Ice's arm all but blocked my sight. My eyes trail up the teal markings. They coil around his arm, his bicep. They lead up to Ice's collarbone, the cords hanging around his neck. And to the smuggest grin I've ever seen. Listen, this guy. You just come here to watch me simp, really? You just come here to maybe if you don't want to download this game, you watch me play the game, but also just to watch me simp. Okay, listen. Stare at his chest. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of options. My eyes dart away from his face, following the line of his necklace. That's a necklace? My eyes dart away from his face, following the line of his necklace down his chest. The way the pendant hangs above the line of his abdomen, just before the skin gets swallowed by darkness. A thrill jolts through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting worked up in this situation? 'Cause this guy's hot! Okay? Okay? Voices in the alley grab Ice's attention this time. Shit. He's got more broken ribs than whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Fan out. Find the cocksucker responsible. You three, take Dukas to base. At least he's still breathing, so he's not dead. He didn't kill him. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from us. We stay still until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the quarter. Only then does Ice take his hand from my mouth. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. I feel dazed and the need to keep my eyes off ice at all costs. Was that really necessary? The tremble to my voice is nothing but embarrassing. Staying hidden was the best option. Would be a hassle to run into them with you here. With you there, sorry. What, because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. I like this guy. This is why you're a close second, dude. Why is he so nice? What the heck? The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow. Let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. We reached the front of the wet wick too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ice yet. And not because he never answered any questions. And not just because he never answered my questions. He's infuriating. As easily as he makes me feel on edge, he can make me feel safe. Secure, somehow. Simp. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. It takes me a moment to process it. Then my eyes flutter down to my feet. I'll keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ice is already down the street, disappearing into the throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. This guy. Fucking, oh my god. Yes. I have saved some stuff. Okay. I got off track. But, okay, so Veer. How'd you know I left? Okay. When we met Veer, he was like, hey, the place is dangerous. I don't remember what he said actually. But basically he gave us some advice for free. And he's like, why didn't you follow my advice? Why'd you go look for the sea spring? And he's kind of upset. And it's like, but how does he know I went to the sea spring? It's like, how do you know I left? That's what I asked actually. It's like, what solace? How do you know about the solace? Did you follow me? Of course not. Then how did you know? I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Okay, that's what he said last time. Right. How could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their laps like an overeager Labrador? Or a heartbeat? Veer's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. Only the ones I like. Okay. I didn't ask him. Okay, yeah. So I'm like, I have questions. He's like, okay. So we ask about. I didn't get to ask about Min. I've got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? Oh yes. We laugh and go shopping and have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little tongue. I'm beginning to wonder if Veer's ever had friends. Let me guess, you don't like them. Can't stand them. The first time we met, they stabbed me. Slid cold hard steel between my ribs. Nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. The knife, I mean. Some sort of antique. Min's never done Min's not done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So you're not close. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me being friends with that crabby little killjoy? Impossible. Not unless they learned to lighten up. And I'm afraid not even a surgeon as practiced as Curus could remove the stick wedged firmly up Min's pert ass. Okay. I'm gonna show you Ice. I'd like to know more about Ice. You two seem close. He made an impression, Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy. Big. Everywhere, really. Bit simple, but you know what they say about still waters. I don't, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Veer to ask. A coy smile plays at his lip as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ice isn't most people. He's better. Our eyes meet, and Veer's tender expression curdles. This freaking pout, though. Oh my god. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous, too. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or your sanity. Is that why you scolded me for going to the Sea Spring? I really don't think Ice is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him. Not like I do. The corner of his lip twitches. What if I end this thing early? I'm done talking about the people I've met. And good thing, too. The longer I talk, the further Veer's attention strays. He keeps casting furtive glances down the street, his ears clicking at distant sounds in what I can only interpret as growing impatient. His freaking fox ears, bro. Oh my god. I wanted to ask you about something else. I'll allow 2 more questions. After that, we're done. Okay, that's it. But you haven't explained anything at all. Veer's tail gives an agitated shake. Then I suggest you make your last questions count. Yep. Okay, I've seen this one. And then he almost killed me. Actually, no, he did kill me. Okay. What was he talking about? He was talking about the collar. Okay, yeah, I was asking him about, so Leander said, no. Leander said that you shouldn't go to the Cenobium because, if they find you special, which Veer is, they will imprison you. And when we met Veer, and he's got that collar, by the way. And when we met Veer, he was on a leash from one of the people, from some lady in Cenobium uniform. So he works for the Cenobium, sort of against his will, I think. So he shows us the collar, and MC can see like some, engravings on it. That's like some sigils on it. That's spells, right? And they think that if they touch it, they'll be able to find out what it does. So they reach out, and Veer is like, don't touch without my permission. You didn't ask. He grabs us and is like, you didn't ask. So I was like, can I please? But he also grabs us. So you didn't ask me first. You didn't ask first, so why should I? Also, he grabbed us when we met the first time. He did his whole creepy thing of, you smell really good or something. And he tried to eat us. Our eyes meet and he grins. because I said so. That's not very fair. Fuck fairness. Life's not fair. His voice lowers to a pleased rumble. Patience, Syringa. Patience, Syringa. I'll tell you when and how you can touch me. Behave, or I'll make you bleed. He says it with a smile so sweet it hurts. Is that a threat or a promise? Veer doesn't answer me, but he lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandages, more to get a grip than anything else. I can't lose my composure again. Seen this? Alright. I think that was all. And then he kills us. Let's check out the other options for ice, and then maybe we'll do somebody else's route. You calling me a killer or a liar? Liar. Liar. Which I guess is both. In that case, he's dead. I squint, and he smirks back. Don't believe me? To be honest, it's hard to believe anything coming out of your mouth. I'm a liar, after all. His bloodied knuckles catch his attention. He tries to rub them clean, but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. You have been making a lot of good impressions, actually. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I like you. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the soulless. I'm surprised it didn't kill me. I'm surprised I survived. Half expected it to maul me with my back turned. She's well trained. Food motivated type. Won't bite unless she's hungry. That isn't very, how do I say? That's not very reassuring, cause that means that she will bite me if she's hungry. But okay. Sounds about right. Yeah. He does talk to them like dogs. You would talk about a dog or a cat or basically anything that usually is dangerous like that. It's like, oh, you have a dog that's really big. Oh, don't worry, they don't bite. They're food motivated. They only bite if they're hungry. You have a tiger. Same thing. They are pets, aren't they? But okay. I've seen worse. I guess I've seen worse. He responds with a low chuckle, draped in smoke. Keep staring then. My embarrassment spiked. Without thinking, I blurt a change in topic. I have questions about the sea spring. Okay. Oh, and then we can ask him about the other guys. I just want to know what he says if I end early. Got any more observations, Sparrow? Nobody. My main point. Okay, it's the same thing then. Okay, so I could just ask him literally about everybody, and he won't say anything different. Glare at him. I would love nothing more than to chew him out, but his hand is clamped over my mouth. I fix him with the deadliest glare I can muster. Ice responds with a wolfish grin, and I realize I've locked myself into eye contact with him. A thrill jolts through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting worked up in this situation? We all know why. Okay. What is this thing? Never mind. Okay. Let's see, this one. I guess we'll go Leander. For the second time today, I find myself squeezing through a crowd to reach Leander. The first time we met him, he was doing magic, and the crowd was cheering him on. And so this is the second time. As soon as he sees me, his easy smile fades. Are you alright, Syringa? I'm not used to someone looking at me with such earnest concern. I've been through worse today. From the sounds of it, you've had quite the day. How are you holding up? Could be better, or I am fine. How many? I got 11. Okay. From the sounds of it, you've had quite the day. How are you holding up? MC isn't the type to talk about stuff. But I am. Could be better. Not bad, considering I've been threatened, robbed, and come close to dying too many times to count. I should have known to not let you out of my sight. This guy, right? I swear, he is probably... Well, okay, I don't know about Ice. He's probably the guy who's like the most obviously likes MC. Freaking holds their hand and blushes. Woo, this guy. Oh my god, okay. I should have known to not let you out of my sight. How about the next time you want to see the city, I come along? I can be your personal guide. You've already helped me more than enough. Leander signals for the bartender. I'm parched. Do you want anything? I have to delete some of these saves actually. But it's fine. I'm good. Just water, please. Yeah. I'm good still means that you'll have something to drink. It's just water. Which I just had some. Make that too. Once he's ordered, Leander turns back to me. Did you at least try to get any good food? I don't have money. I had these fried dough sticks from a vendor near here. As soon as I begin describing my meal, his eyes brighten with recognition. Those long legs from whence stall? You've got to try them with porridge. Hey, wait! That sounds like something that's actually real. Like, I don't know what they're called in English, but in Chinese it's yotakoi. They're good with porridge, actually. They are pretty good. That's what we had? There's another stall about a block away with these rosewater rice flour cakes. Okay, take one bite and you'll think you've been transported to some high town patisserie. I don't know. Then, bam! You open your eyes and it's the same trash-lined street as always. When he laughs, his hair falls over his eyes. He shakes his head and pushes it back. I'll show you sometime. If you've decided to stick around Lowtown, that is. The Iridia Leander describes is far different from the one I've experienced. But if you live anywhere long enough, I suppose it becomes home. It seems like I'll be here for a while. Maybe I'll take you up on that. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses and pushes them our way. Cheers. Leander clinks his glass against mine. The ice-cold water goes down easy. It was surprising finding out that you all know each other. I didn't think Iridia would be so small. Do you know how many times I tried getting them all in one place? It's impossible. Like trying to herd a bunch of soulless. You'd be surprised. I take it you know them well? Depends. Is there anyone you're curious about in particular? I want to know about him and curious. Do you wait, I didn't save! Curious. Do you and Curus work together? Occasionally. Did the mysterious, competent doctor catch your eye? He came across it. No, he didn't. He seems like a good person. Though it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. That's Curus. He works hard to serve the people of Lowtown. He's a miracle worker, even if his bedside manner could use some work. Do you think he might be able to cure my curse? Leander starts to speak, but pauses to consider me for a moment first. Curse is good, but he's only a doctor. Besides, unless you're actively dying, he'll make you wait in line all day like everyone else. Okay. Public healthcare, baby. Beer. What do you know about beer? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. Veer, a living example of the Cenobium's cruelty. Most days, they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you ran into him. So tell me, what did you make of him? This guy asks me a lot more questions than the others. I want to know more. I want to know more about him. Wouldn't we all? He's mysterious, and not just because the Cenobium keeps him locked up. The way they treat him, it's just not right. You know why he's a prisoner? Nobody knows. He's been imprisoned for as long as anyone remembered. But whatever he did must have been awful, considering the punishment. He's charming, but like any monster, he's dangerous. If you ever see him out hunting, you'll know what I mean. Ooh, that's interesting. Leander swirls his glass, choosing his next words carefully. Don't fall for his looks. He'll rip your throat out for fun. He did. He did do that. Ice. So, you're friends with Ice? Have been for a while, but he's rarely in town. Where'd you run into him? The Sea Spring. Leander chokes on his drink. He coughs violently into his fist before giving me a surprised look. You went all the way out there? How'd he treat you? Ooh, you asking many questions, buddy. He was upfront, he was intimidating. I don't know which one of these is better. Or like, less bad. He was upfront. He was honest. He told me about how the Sea Spring's power comes with a heavy price. Losing your mind, becoming one of his funny brainless pets. He sighs, pausing before he speaks again. Does that sound worth it to you, Syringa? The only pets he has are soulless. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean it like that. Ice has my respect, and takes care of his own. For a moment, Leander stares deep into the bottom of his glass. When he looks up again, the circles under his eyes seem even deeper than usual. Those red-eyed minions creep me out. Can we talk about someone else? Min it is then. Min's interesting. Not very forthcoming though. Ah, Min. My favorite grouchy freelancer. What's your impression of them? He seemed pretty typical. They're a testy one. You've got that right. Sometimes, even paying Min for work can be a struggle. Min works for you? Contract only. Min refuses to join the Bloodhounds, but they take jobs from me often enough to qualify. Just don't ever call them a bloodhound, okay? I'll get an earful. That about covers it. Aren't you tired of standing? Let's find you somewhere to sit. Leander pushes away from the bar, beckoning me to follow him. He leads me to a small booth hidden in a nook of the bar. A pair of bloodhounds notice him and immediately leap to their feet, offering their seats to us. As I slide into the booth, a web of graffiti scratched into the booth's tabletop catches my eye. The deepest grooves form the outline of the dog from Leander's posters. Dozens of roughly etched names surround the drawing, some fresh, some well-worn. What is all this? It's a tradition. Whenever someone joins the Bloodhounds, they have a drink with us, and then they carve in their initials. That barkeep must love that. After the first year, she finally stopped charging me extra for damages. 2 years and countless drinks later, she added her own name. Oh, that's sweet. You're not planning on recruiting me, are you? He quickly shakes his head. Not yet. You need time to think about your own path. He sounds like a dad, dude. Do you know what you're going to try next? The question gives me pause. I take my hands out from under my cloak and rest them on the table. Do you think you can help me? Of course. We can find answers together. Leander starts to reach for me, as though meaning to take my hand before stopping himself. His eyes flicker to mine. I won't fail you, Syringa. Okay. And if you ever need a taste of normalcy, I'll always be here for you. My chest tightens at the memory of touching him. You see what I mean? He's the most obvious about what he feels to the MC. Like, I'm pretty sure the other guys sort of hate me. Like Veer, or Min at least. I'm pretty sure those two guys kinda sorta hate me. But this guy, frigging dude, even now, the music just slowed, like a lot. Leander swallows. The table groans under his elbows as he leans forward. Okay. The booth is so narrow that he completely blocks my view of the bar counter. It's almost as though Leander and I are completely alone. If that's what you want. How did it make you feel? It was warm, exciting. I don't know how to describe it. Leander rests his right hand on the table. He looks up at me, smiling when I place my hand in his. Slowly, he begins unwinding the bandages, stopping every so often to glance at me. As my skin becomes visible, I cast a nervous glance around the bar. But as far as I can see, no one is paying us any attention. Leander squeezes my hand gently. No one will notice. He pulls back, raising his hand to his mouth so he can tug his glove off with his teeth. At some point, right? At some point, they gotta make a CG of that. Freaking tugging gloves off with teeth are hot, okay? Like, if they don't do it, somebody else is going to. The muscles in his forearm tighten as he flexes his fingers. Our eyes meet, and Leander offers his hand again. There you go. Hand holding on demand. Ah, this guy. This freaking guy. Premarital hand holding. A lump forms in my throat. I'm certain Leander sees it in my face. The flicker of desperation. His voice lowers to a whisper. Anything you want, Syringa. Okay. Okay. Music stopped. Fucking bit. I reach out, allowing the tips of my fingers to glide along the lines of his palm. He shudders with a nervous laugh. That tickles. Emboldened, I twine our fingers together and give an experimental squeeze. His hand is soft. Somehow, I expected it to be more rough. Okay. Leander looks from our hands to me and smiles. Nice, isn't it? Yeah. I've done this already, but it still makes me lightheaded. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to this. Okay. And yet, I want to be even closer. Okay! My heart hammers, filling my ears with a pulse that grows unbearably loud until I pull my hand back. Are you alright? I can barely hear his words over my pounding heart, but I manage to nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I think I'm just getting a little dizzy. He gives me a gentle smile, eyes crinkling at the edges. You've had a long day. You deserve some rest. Luckily, your room is just upstairs. Want me to walk you back? I shake my head, and begin wrapping my hand back up. With each breath, my head feels more clear. I'm fine, but thanks for, well, everything. Remember what I told you. If you ever need a break from the chaos of the city, I'll be here for you. When I rise, Leander gives me one last smile. Good night, Syringa. Night. I trudge up the stairs, but even as I leave Leander behind, the warmth of his skin still lingers on mine, burning through the bandages. Okay. Wow! Almost 6 hours. Oh my god. I hope you guys are having fun, by the way. Wait, this one's... I'm fine. Well, I'm still alive. That counts for something, right? Iridia is not an easy place to live in, but you get used to it eventually. Let's hope so. Leander signals for the bartender. I'm parched. Do you want anything? I'll have a drink. Something strong and simple. He raises 2 fingers at the bartender. Make that 2. Once he's ordered, Leander turns back to me. Did you at least get to try any good food? That is right, don't stick. Okay, the bartender returns with a pair of glasses and pushes them our way. Cheers! Leander clinks his glass against mine. I take a deep sip of the malty dark ale, savoring its flavor. It was surprising finding out that you all know each other. I didn't think Iridia would be so small. Do you know how many times I've tried getting them all here in one place? It's impossible, like trying to herd a bunch of soulless, Take it you know them well. Depends. Veer. What do you know about Veer? Leander shakes his head. Veer, a living example of Cenobium's cruelty. Most days, they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you ran into him. So tell me, what did you make of him? He's rude. Is he always so rude? Leander snorts, but a smile tugs at his lips. To everyone but Ice. If Veer's ever nice to you, you should take that as your hint to run. Why would the Cenobium let someone so dangerous hang around in bars? As long as he gets his job done, they don't care. And I mean, I don't mind having him around. He can be fun, and he's got a real presence. This guy. What exactly does that mean? Leander shrugs and laughs under his breath. He's nice to look at. Mouthy, but his tongue's the least dangerous part of him. That was a totally different thing. Ice? So you're friends with Ice? I've been for a while. Where'd you run into him? The Sea Spring! How'd he treat you? He was intimidating. Intimidating, to be honest. Don't let it get to you. Ice does well in Iridia because he knows how to scare people. He's a monster. You really don't think he's a threat? Not in the slightest. I like to think of us as rivals. We like to keep each other on our toes, you know? Don't you think being rivals with a monster is a bad idea? It's a bad idea? If he wanted to disembowel you, it'd be easy. No, it's not that serious. Sure. Ice likes to toe lines on purpose. But he's not such a bad guy when you get to know him. Leander sighs and takes a swig from his glass. This guy is a blushy boy, oh my god! Min's interesting. Not very forthcoming though. Ah, Min, my favorite grouchy freelancer. What's your impression of them? They're lonely. I get the feeling they could use a friend. I think Min prefers to be alone. What makes you say that? I've known them since they arrived to Iridia, and they've turned down every attempt I've made. Well, almost every attempt. What does that mean? He trails off to take a deep swig of his drink. Anyway, I'm just saying, if Min wanted to be your friend, you'd know. Wow, I missed all the blushy options? Legit? Do you and Kuros work together? Occasionally. Did the mysterious, competent doctor catch your eye? He can process cold. I get the impression he's a bit cold. Leander nods. A doctor with his level of expertise and perfect service? Impossible. He never warns you if something's gonna sting, and he's stingy with the pain medicine too. But at least he treats everyone the same. That's something, I suppose. That about covers it. Wait. No one. About covered. Okay, that's the same thing. Let's see, what else did he say? Yeah, okay, that was all of them. I didn't even have to use any of these days. Let me delete some of them, actually. I have too many of these! Okay. I guess we'll do chorus. Yeah, okay, I guess we'll do chorus. Hot on Kuros's heels, I squeeze my way out of the bar. Of everyone I've met, he seems the most likely to help me, and the least likely to murder me on a whim. Yeah, honestly. Earlier this morning, He said I could go to the clinic for help whenever I needed it. Time to see if that promise was actually worth anything. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm free of the crowded bar. Kurus, hearing me, turns my way. Saringa, you seem upset. I take it the Amaryllis district is not to your liking. The mage who raised me sometimes made bizarre comments on the Amaryllis district, and now I think I have an inkling of what she meant. That's not why I stepped out. You are not in need of treatment after that fall, are you? I scowl at him, and the way he holds out his hands in a mollifying gesture. I apologize, Saringa. Please continue. About time. Someone cuts right across me toward Kurus, stopping us both in the middle of the street. Even in the dim pink haze that seems to blanket everything, there's no mistaking the pressed white uniform and stiffly starched hat. Another Cenobium cleric. I hastily step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Can I help you? Nervous onlookers hastily part around Kurus and the cleric. The two form an island of white in a sea teeming of color. Enough. You know why I'm here. Then I hope you find this edifying. Kurus reaches into his coat and produces three tiny glass vials, bound together with a thick leather cord. A silvery powder shimmers inside. He gently flicks the glass, watching the contents swirl, and extends the vials to the cleric. This is it. They look extremely unimpressed. Appearances can be deceiving. This is this thing, probably. He throws me a glance and a swift smile, but I'm too surprised to respond. Kurus was the first to warn me about the Cenobium. Nobody I met had anything good to say about them. And yet here he is, openly dealing with them in the Amaryllis district. I glance between Kurus and the cleric, who seems to notice me for the very first time. Good night. I bow to Kurus, offer me an extremely perfunctory nod, and disappear into the seething crowd. Saringa, is something amiss? What was that about? Yeah, what was that about? Lower your voice. It is of little consequence. That's all you have to say? After the earful you gave me about the Cenobium, Shh. Be calm. He holds one finger to his lips, which suddenly curl in a cat-like smile. For now, please join me on a short stroll. Kurus's golden eyes twinkle in the low light. He beckons me away from this main thoroughfare, down a side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. What? Wait! Now powerfully curious in spite of myself, I hurry after Kurus. Each of his long, graceful strides is easily two of mine. I catch a glimpse of his gleaming white coat, disappearing around the corner of a street. The moment I catch up, the delicious scents of freshly baked goods flood my stomach. Flood my nose! My stomach gives a low rumble. One honey pistachio cookie, please. Coming right up. Without breaking his swift pace, Kurus plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. The heavenly smell makes my stomach rumble once more. I take a bite without hesitation. Hers watches me with an indulgent smile, and I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? You need not concern yourself with me. He stops mid-sentence, his eyes darting back the way we came. The hairs stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping I don't look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now wearing a thunderously angry expression. Oh god. Uh-oh. Well, disappointment can be a learning experience. What? Glimmers of realization dawn over me as I stare up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a rare and potent alchemical catalyst? Or some stale fishkin? The two do resemble each other, and it can be hard to tell them apart. Is he serious? I chance another glance at the cleric, who's now trying to elbow their way between the food stalls. A few people make way, but most don't even notice their efforts. The street is far too crowded with hungry patrons. Shall we? Is this guy just fucking running away with me right now? Without even waiting for a response from me, he glides swiftly into the crowd once more. You're messing with them! Is there a point to all of this? You're messing with a Cenobium cleric? Such impolite behavior. I'm astounded you would even suggest it. Chris! I must still look incredulous, because his smile softens a little. He lifts his hand as if to pat my shoulder, then stops himself. As I said, you have nothing to fear. He ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway, but opens into a small covered market. The stalls here are full of more spices than I knew existed. Even taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Curse slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the insistent hawker's wares. Wait! He looks up from a display of livid red leaves, each as long as my forearm. You said I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Iridia seems wary of the Cenobium. People fear the obvious trappings of power, wealth, force, or a hideously ostentatious tower. For my part, I find such trappings merely disappointing. The Cenobium once had great potential. They squandered it decades ago in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasure, and petty tyranny. Their narrow, prosaic interests have rendered them blind to all else that moves. This guy uses big words. I think that's the most I've ever heard Curse say on any topic. You sound like you know them well. Curse lets out a long, low sigh. You miss little, Syringa. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I am much more familiar with the Cenobium's shrewd methods than I would like. Now I'm getting somewhere. Something beyond vague warnings or swift deflections. I decide to press the point while I have the chance. Familiar how? Curse stops right in front of a display of pickled fruits, and I nearly run into his back. Okay. He steps aside at the last moment. His arm rests gently but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he's careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuer refuses to take no for an answer. Them again? I thought we'd lost them in the crowd. I crane my neck to look for the cleric, but Curus shakes his head. This way. The next street over seems to be the home to the high-end brothels. It's full of steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet thrusts or losing a persistent tail. Pink curtains and painted facades sprawl around me like a giant, colorful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I'm completely turned around. Curus, however, seems to be following some map in his own mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the occasional nudge. The gaps between the teetering buildings can hardly be called alleys, so narrow we have to pass through single file. Just a little further. He's so pretty, what the fuck? The effortless grace which he moves is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have just to avoid tripping over loose tiles, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubbish. Meanwhile, his long legs almost seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still completely pristine, despite the soot-stained walls on either side. How the hell does he do it? Some sort of enchantment woven into his jacket? A glamour spell? I'm still trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm it is, with me practically tripping on his heels. The tiny gap between us seems to radiate heat, like beating midday sun on the longest day of summer. I mean, if it's getting hot, I slow my pace to put some distance between us, but Curus immediately notices and matches me. Is something amiss? I'm just not used to this kind of place. I did not mean to alarm you. I believe we have finally lost our tail. It's much quieter on the edges of the Amaryllis district, and the deals in the shadows look shadier. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? Relief escapes me in a tired laugh. After the day I've had, playing keep away from a Cenobium cleric seems almost normal. I was in immortal peril, so that's a nice change of pace. He laughs too, a soft and pleasant chuckle completely at odds with his usual cool demeanor. Are you sure we've lost that cleric? If there is one thing you can count on, it is the elitism of the Cenobium's finest. They will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds confident enough. I was starting to wonder if we'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch them. A beam of moonlight cuts through the clouds, casting his face into sharp relief. However, I should escort you back to your lodgings. It would be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? Are you staying at the Wetwick? Of course not. Then you're going back to your clinic alone? You just said that was a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, then his expression relaxes into a gentle smile. Fear not, Syringa. Only the most desperate or foolish would dare lay a hand on me. It sounds insane after 2 near-death soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. The few people who are still out huddle beneath street lamps and doorways, desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Chris, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than I've ever seen him. He's strolling down the middle of the street, bold as if it were broad daylight. Even walking alongside him makes me feel more secure, warmer both inside and out. I hang on to that faint spark of hope and screw up my courage. Did you mean it this morning when you said I could come back to you for help? Every word. His earlier mirth vanishes, replaced by calm focus. I don't know what to say to that. I almost expected his offer to be a courtesy, an easy way to get me out of the door. The fact that he meant it... Why do you ask me? I believe I have already made my intention to help you quite clear. His eyes flick briefly to my arm. The one that he miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine him counting the neat stitches. I just wanted to make certain. I'm still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's trouble. I see. Iridia does tend to attract extreme individuals. Including you? Ah, Syringa. I decline to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear one. Though if he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me about someone else. I decide to ask about... Ooh, okay, finally. This one's longer than the rest, I think. Veer. How do you know Veer? Chorus visibly stiffened, and I remember the venom in Veer's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is very much mutual. Regrettably, Veer is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You are fortunate that he did nothing else. He is far deadlier than he seems. There's a reason he is not at liberty, a reason for the collar and chain. He seemed pretty dodgy to me already. I hesitate, waiting for Curus to elaborate, but he seems to find even the thought of Veer distasteful. Somehow it seems like I have picked maybe the worst option. Listen, the fox boy. Listen, just whatever. Leander. Let's use the first one. Why'd you send me to Leander for help? Few know Iridia better than Leander. The company he keeps can be questionable, but I had confidence in him. Yeah, his bloodhounds seemed rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like him. Survivors of Lowtown's harsh realities. You must have noticed how they flocked to him. I nod. He seemed to know every single person in the Wetwick. And that's a good thing. Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that counts for something. Ice. Have you ever been out to see ice at the sea spring? Once. Only once? Seems like a spring with miraculous powers would interest the doctor. A long silence follows, so long that I'm not sure Curus heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ice is the rare newcomer who has proven himself immediately worthy of respect. The sea spring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. You could say that about anything around here. Fair point. Nonetheless, I have seen many purported wonders, and the sea spring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means. Min? You and Min sounded like you knew each other well. Chris heaves a long, suffering sigh. I know them better than most, and less well than I would like. Like you, Min is a recent arrival. Your time here has been particularly difficult. As much as I would like to help, he trails off, but I know exactly what he's talking about. Min doesn't seem like the sort of person who would accept help easily. Do they always pick fights that are twice their size? I have implored them not to. They rarely listen. With my curiosity sated for now, I fall silent. I wish Curus had given me just a little more to go on, but he seems almost as tight-lipped about the others as he is about himself. By the time we're back at the Wetwick, the Amaryllis district seems even noisier and more raucous than before. Drunken patrons overflow into the streets, which reek of spilt wine. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest the stiffest drink at the bar. Alternatively, a ball of wax. Very funny. Even with how tired I am, I'm not sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodnight to Curus when someone staggers out of the Wetwick and right into me. I stumble back, heels teetering on the edge of the filthy gutter. Syringa? The next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch me around the waist. This guy is getting close. I find myself staring up at Curus, pressed against his chest. His grasp loosens, but he doesn't quite let me go. Something shifts in his gaze. His eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot all over at his intense scrutiny. What does he see in me? What's he looking for? Curus? Ah, my apologies. Even after he moves away, the warmth of his touch lingers through my clothes. I quickly tug my cloak straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Good night. Thanks for everything today. You are most welcome. He turns and slips into the crowd, though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease. A chilly gust howls down the street. When did it get so cold out? Last one's Min. Oh my god. Okay. I saved a couple from Curus, right? What was that about? Isn't it dangerous? Isn't that dangerous? A conversation is hardly dangerous. You know what I mean. You were the one who warned me about the cenobium. Shh, be calm. Okay. That's the same thing. This music. Is there a point to all of this? Is there a point to all this running around? In addition to my personal amusement, I suppose I would like to show you the sights. He is serious. Or seriously fucking with me. I'm not sure which. My disquiet must show, because Curus's voice softens a bit. As I said, you have nothing to fear. Okay. This one. Stay close. I definitely don't want to get lost here. I stay as close to Curus as I can without accidentally touching him. I promise I will not lose you. Was I that obvious? Our eyes meet, and despite my best efforts, I find it hard to hold his gaze. I've never seen eyes like his. Despite our dark, dingy surroundings, it's like Horus radiates his own light whenever he looks at me. Thank you for indulging me, Syringa. I believe we have lost our tail. Okay. I guess just see. How do you know Veer? He visibly stiffens. That's fucking louder. It looks like the feeling is very much mutual. Regrettably, Veer is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? You stole my room key. We're fortunate that he did nothing else. He's far deadlier than he seems. Okay, yeah, I already did on that one. I guess it's Min's turn. Oh boy, okay. I've done all of them already. Except Min. And then I think I'll be done for today. I have been streaming for 6 hours. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Min. I can't let Min slip away so easily. They might be the most standoffish person I've met so far, but they're the only one who seems even close to neutral on the Cenobium. Yeah, because all the others hate him. My gut tells me that they know more about that tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out of the bar, they're already halfway down the street. Drawing my cloak close to ward off the chill, I hurry after them. But at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of harassing people. While Min slips through the crowd with surprising agility, I struggle to keep the pace. The edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to at least try and catch up, I take the same turn into a dim side street. But Min is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jump out of my skin, whirling to find Min right behind me. They don't even look ruffled. They fold their arms, pointedly staring me down. I thought nearly getting eaten would teach you that being out alone at night is dangerous. Well, I'm not alone, am I? It's a good thing I'm not alone then, isn't it? Min looks at me in blank confusion for a minute before realization dawns. Are you always so persistent? I don't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning, and I have no idea how to tell which way they'll swing. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kind of have to be. It's how I stay alive. Min recovers their composure quickly, their mouths shifting into a frown. They glance away, eyes sweeping across the street. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in the city is trustworthy. Not even you? Especially not me. I've met clams that opened up more willingly than Min. But even if they don't talk about themselves much, they must have opinions on Veer. How did you meet Veer? Min's face scrunches like they've just bitten into a rotten lemon. That perverse flea bag jumped me during Fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter where he belongs. Okay? My heart thuds hard in my chest. Their voices icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's only a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I'll just have to keep trying. I remember how they dispatched that soulless earlier. Understanding anatomy is one thing, but that precise clinical strike spoke of practice. I wonder how many times they've killed to get so good at it. I take it your opinion hasn't changed? He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out his mouth is either crass innuendo or a conceited put down. And whatever he's done is bad enough that the Cenobium has him on a leash. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one who needs a muzzle before he's taken out for a walk. Belatedly, I close my mouth. We're gonna continue opening it. You don't seem to like ice. I don't like anyone, but especially not that bloodthirsty gangster. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. That sea spring he runs, with all those smiling red-eyed people? I suppose his only saving grace is that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it. Yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. It makes me sick. Okay. Their voice echoes down the empty street, startling me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Min fixes me with a flat gaze, their pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ice's reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. That may simply be their nature, but I don't like to have it. I don't have to like it. And I'm not going to risk my life in the hopes that any one of them is different. A lot of humans fear or hate monsters, but there's something different about how Min talks about them. It sounds personal. If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else. Oh, okay. He doesn't like it. Oh, I can still keep talking about people. Leander seems fond of you. Okay. He's an idiot. An obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. Their words are harsh taken at face value, but it's at complete odds with the flesh creeping across their cheekbones. Is that all? They huff. It seems to physically pain them to speak again. He does acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most, and his bloodhounds look after Lowtown. If he was capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. Their tone grows almost fond, but then their brows draw together as they glare at me. But I'm not one of his bloodhounds. If he told you otherwise, he was talking out of his ass, as usual. He has work to offer, and sometimes I take it. That's all. Somehow I doubt that, but Min seems disinclined to say more. Curse. You and Curse seem to get along, though. The tense lines of Min's features soften. A smile! Oh my god! I didn't think I'd see it on this route. But hey, that's cool. He's an exception. Few people are willing to help others. Fewer when there's any risk involved. And of them, Curus is unique. I have a feeling that Min doesn't smile often, but the curve of their lips, however slight, is unmistakable. They catch themselves, their expression closing off with a near inaudible snap. He's not the worst. A decent doctor. Even if he asks too many questions. But nothing is really free here. Unique is one way to describe his work. Unconsciously, I grip my stitched arm, where the solace severed it. Min glances at me almost knowingly. The only one of its kind, not replicable by anyone else. It's a fitting word. I wonder what injuries Kurus has healed from Min, and whether they know how he does it. But if they did, I doubt they'd tell me. Doors bang open at the end of the street. Light and laughter pour out of the bar, followed by a group of giggling people in white uniform. Cenobium? Cenobium students, having a night out on the town. Min hesitates for only a moment before they start down the street, in the same direction as the students. When I follow close on their heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you so following me? When I asked them about Veer, I noticed something odd, besides their vehement dislike of him. While Min didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the Cenobium, they were the first to speak of it with anything besides animosity. Ahead of us, the students pile into another bar. Min ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in this city is trustworthy, what about the Cenobium? The line of their narrow shoulders abruptly tenses. They lift their chin, giving me a wary look. Kurus must have warned you about the nature of the city's currency. Right. Information and secrets. I fidget, uncertain. I don't trust the Min's mercurial moods, or all the things they clearly aren't saying. Their eyes dip towards my hands, passing over the bandages like a razor, the pressure light, but full of keen-edged possibility. I shiver, hastily shoving my hands into my pockets. They frown, but their gaze drifts away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust, but some of the warm light diffuses out into the alley. The Cenobium is a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the Cenobium might have the solution. Or at least, that's how it was, once upon a time. These days, its doors are closed to outsiders. That's about what I expected after how I was practically shooed off earlier. Just as I start to relax, they speak again. Whatever you're looking for there, the cost may be higher than you're willing to pay. The sheer hypocrisy of their words ticks me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the exact same thing as me? What questions are you asking that only the Cenobium can answer? That's personal. So there is something Min's looking for at the Cenobium. I suppose that makes two of us. If they're following groups of Cenobium students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the Cenobium, but you don't. They flinch, spurred onward by curiosity and my lingering annoyance. I press forward. You must know something about them, something you haven't told Leander or Kurus. But they're not letting you in, which means you're one of the outsiders. Oh, okay. In the space between one breath and the next, Min closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt, and they slam me against the wall with shocking strength. The The force of the movement knocks their hood back, messy hair fluttering around their face. I'm standing on tiptoe. Min's lifted me nearly clear off the ground with a single hand. Oh my god. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine. But before I can begin to wonder what that's about, Min snarls in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauty spot at the corner of their lips. I can't seem to stop staring at it. MC? That is the wrong thing to be focusing on right now, but okay. It's incongruously delicate compared to the fire in their gaze, the steel-boned strength in their grip. But then, so is the rest of them. What's your fucking problem? I've had enough. Maybe it's the tiring, fruitless day I've had. Maybe it's the 2 near-death experiences. Or maybe I'm just sick of all these infuriatingly attractive strangers who won't tell me a damn thing. They still look pissed, but they hesitate. Maybe they didn't expect me to snap back. You give me information, then snap at me, and shove me around. What are you trying to do? You're one to talk, stumbling around town looking for answers, trying to get them without giving anything in return. That's not how things work here. And it'll get you killed well before you find out whatever's going on with your hands. I don't get angry easily. I can't afford to when a moment of carelessness could be fatal. But the moment they mention my hands, my temper flares hot. That's rich, considering your whole I don't have any friends bullshit. Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck, and it's your own fault. I brace myself, expecting Min to snap at me again. Instead, their gaze drops, eyes falling away from my face. Their brow furrows in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. Their voice trembles almost imperceptibly when they speak. I know. Oh my god. That was a sore spot. This city only cares about what you can give or what it can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere. My heart thuds in my chest for an entirely different reason now. They seem suddenly very small. Alone, like me. Min jerks backwards, releasing me so abruptly that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realized how close they were. Maybe they said too much. My fingers tremble, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. Even if Min seems intent on pushing me away, I don't want to curse them, not like that traveler. Min takes a deep breath and lets it out as a sigh. They look at me again. They look unusually serious, maybe even sincere. You shouldn't be around me, Syringa. Find someone safer to ask for help. Before I can think about what to say, the tavern doors bang open again. The Cenobium students spill out, considerably drunker. Their ranks seem to have swelled with other barflies. The group flits back into town, toward that great tower, rising moonward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Min slips away from me, drawing their hood up. I catch their eyes for just a moment, then they're gone, vanishing into the crowd. Wow! Min's things answered nothing, basically. But I guess it does show, like, how difficult it might be for us without these guys. Okay. Before I end, I guess we'll just look at just everything Min has to say. What about you? What about you? You're out alone at night. Unlike you, I can take care of myself. They glance away, eyes sweeping across the street. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in the city is trustworthy. Not even you? Especially not me. Okay, same thing. I guess what they'll say if... Oh, so we just get interrupted, basically. Alright. Nice to know that these students will wait for me to have a discussion. Neither do you. Neither do you. We're practically strangers. So why are you acting like you know anything about me? Your line of questioning isn't exactly subtle, and it's not hard to guess that this has something to do with your hands. You think you can use me to get into the cenobium? Don't be naive. I don't get angry easily. I can't afford to, when a moment of carelessness could be fatal. But the moment they mention my hands, my temper flares hot. This is not red this time. But like, okay, that's cool. Last one. Press forward, baby! Determined to not let this go, I press forward. Min takes another step back, but this time they're the one with their back against the wall. Look, we both want something from the cenobium, right? But neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Min sighs. They sound annoyed, but any real hostility seems to have gone out of them. You've made it this far already, I'll grant you that. But if you're looking for help, you should look elsewhere. If you stay too close to me, you'll get hurt. Before I can think of what to say, tavern doors bang open again. The cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. Okay. I think that's it. Right? I have 5 pages of saves. I think that's it. I'm so exhausted. But, yeah, this was fun. I'm actually really excited for this. I hope, sort of, that it's like a free game, so I still get to play it when the full version comes out. I'm looking forward to just going online to see all the fan arts and probably fanfics as well. Also, this graphic, when the lights come up, is really cool. Like, I don't know how they've timed it. Yeah, like this. That's really cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I hope you enjoyed, I guess, watching me play this game and simp for all the characters. So far, yeah, I think Veer is still my favorite. I know he's the most sus and the one who's probably most likely to kill me. Yeah, I think he's actually the one who's most likely to kill me. But I like him. He's a fox boy. Okay? So, I'll probably do his route first when the full game comes out. But, I'll probably do Ice as well. Because he's cute. He's cute. He's hot. I like him. I think he's the poster child for this game, actually. But yeah, this was pretty cool. I do think that the whole backstory thing. There are three. There's you're a thief. You're, I think, a wanderer, and then the one I chose, which is an alchemist. So it's mentioned a couple times, like, oh, my backstory is mentioned a couple times, like, oh, the person who raised me, who was apparently Cenobium, or has lived in Iridia before. So it makes me wonder how different the story gets and how different the MC acts with each backstory that you choose. It's interesting because that's like the very first choice of the game and it could affect a lot. So I might have to replay it with a different backstory. But I don't know whether I want to stream 6 hours again. I don't even know how much it'll affect. So I'm not sure. So I do encourage you to play this on your own. It's free on Steam. It's the demo. You can get it on Steam. It's pretty fun. Apparently it takes a while. I don't know whether it's because when I read stuff out loud, I'm super slow. Or because maybe this might have been faster if I wasn't streaming it. But yeah, this was cool. But yeah, I guess I hope you enjoyed. I sure did. I need to drink a lot of water. I need to drink a lot of water after this. But yeah, I don't know the end stream. I think this is the first time I've had more than one viewer stay. So, whoever you are, thanks for staying. I hope you had fun. But, yeah, okay. Bye!